Welcome back. The allure of the open road, pulling your home on wheels into a scenic spot. RV camping sounds idyllic, right? Freedom, nature, adventure. But sometimes things don't go quite as planned. Sometimes an experience sticks with you for all the wrong reasons. Our next story takes us to Connecticut on an RV trip that ended with a firm never again. Get ready for some chills, because this one definitely falls into the scary stories category. Let's hear what happened. Roll the clip. RV camping stories. Connecticut never again scary stories. My name is Winifred Button. Most folks call me Winnie. Used to be my husband Arthur and I fancied ourselves modern day explorers, pioneers of comfort, you might say. We weren't scaling Everest or hacking through the Amazon, mind you. Our frontier was the paved campground, our covered wagon a 20, 8-foot Class C motorhome we affectionately nicknamed the Wanderer. We bought it used, a bit worn around the edges but sturdy, filled with the promise of escaping the neat, predictable grid of suburban life, even if just for a weekend. The dream was simple fresh air, crackling campfires, the serene embrace of nature, all with the convenience of a flushing toilet and a memory foam mattress just steps away. Connecticut, our home state, boasts some surprisingly wild patches, pockets of deep woods that feel older and more secretive than they have any right to be, nestled between highways and housing developments. Pachog Natchog, Cacaponsett, the names themselves sounded like ancient incantations, promising solitude and a connection to something primal. That connection, however, turned out to be far more unsettling than we ever bargained for. Our maiden voyage in the Wanderer was planned for Pachog State Forest. It's the largest state forest in Connecticut, sprawling and thick with history, old cellar holes, forgotten cemeteries, miles of trails snaking through dense oak and pine. Arthur was practically vibrating with excitement, maps spread across the dinette table, tracing potential hiking routes with his finger. I shared his enthusiasm, mostly. I loved the idea of waking up to birdsong instead of garbage trucks, of smelling pine needles instead of exhaust fumes. But even then, flicking through glossy brochures, showcasing idyllic campsites, a tiny, dissonant chord hummed somewhere in the back of my mind, a city girl's apprehension, I told myself. Fear of bears, or maybe just running out of propane. Normal anxieties. Pulling into the Chapman area campground at Pachog felt like crossing a threshold. The air immediately felt different, heavier, carrying the damp, loamy scent of decay and growth intertwined. We found our designated spot, a semi-secluded loop surrounded by tall, silent trees. Arthur expertly maneuvered the Wanderer into place, hooked up the electric, unfurled the awning. It was picturesque, really. Sunlight dappled through the canopy. Squirrels chattered indignantly from the branches, and the nearest RV was just far enough away to maintain an illusion of privacy. Perfect.
Isn't it?
Arthur beamed, clapping his hands together, ready for adventure. I forced a smile. Perfect. I echoed, but my eyes kept drifting towards the wall of trees that pressed in around our little clearing. They seemed watchful. That first afternoon was pleasant enough. We took a short hike on a well-marked trail, marveling at the sheer size of some of the old growth trees and the vibrant green moss carpeting the forest floor. Yet, even with Arthur striding confidently ahead, pointing out different bird calls, I couldn't shake a certain awareness. It felt like more than just the usual alertness you have in the woods. It was a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the kind you get when you feel someone staring, even if you can't see them. I kept glancing over my shoulder, scanning the underbrush, expecting to see a deer, maybe a fox. But there was nothing. Just the dense tangle of ferns and saplings, shadows deepening as the afternoon wore on. I chalked it up to nerves, the unfamiliarity of the environment. Animals watch hikers all the time, right? It's their home. We're the intruders. The feeling intensified later back at the campsite. Arthur was inside the Wanderer, humming happily as he prepped dinner. I decided to sit outside under the awning, breathing in the cooling air, trying to soak in the tranquility I'd craved. I tilted my head back, looking at the slivers of blue sky visible through the leaves. That's when it hit me again, stronger this time. A palpable sense of being observed, not by a curious squirrel or a fleeting deer. This felt different, focused, intelligent. It was as if something or someone stood just beyond the reach of the campfire's nascent glow, hidden within the impenetrable darkness between the trees, studying me. My skin crawled. I hugged myself, pulling my cardigan tighter, suddenly feeling exposed despite the metal shell of the RV only feet away. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sounded deliberate, directional. My gaze darted frantically towards the woods bordering our site. The trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches interwoven like gnarled fingers, the spaces between them pools of absolute black. Was that movement? A flicker of something darker than shadow, just at the edge of my peripheral vision. I held my breath, straining my ears, but heard only the chirping of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. Still, the feeling persisted, heavy and suffocating. Eyes. Unseen, unknown, but undeniably there. I tried to rationalize. It's the woods. It's dark. My imagination is running wild. Maybe it was an animal, a large one, staying perfectly still. A bobcat, a coyote. But the feeling didn't carry the neutral curiosity of wildlife. It felt intentional, possessive almost. Like we were the specimens under scrutiny, pinned to this small circle of light in their domain. The hair on my arms stood on end. I couldn't relax, couldn't enjoy the quietude. The wilderness suddenly felt less like a sanctuary and more like a cage with unseen wardens. Dinner's almost ready. Arthur called cheerfully from inside, shattering the tense silence. I jumped, startled, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Coming!" I squeaked, scrambling to my feet and practically diving back into the bright, familiar interior of the Wanderer. The lock clicked shut behind me with unnecessary force. "Everything okay, Win?" Arthur asked, glancing up from the skillet. "You look like you've seen a ghost. Just got a bit spooked," I mumbled, trying to sound casual. "The woods are creepy at dusk." He chuckled. "That's half the fun." Builds character. He didn't press further, mistaking my unease for simple city, dweller jitters. I didn't correct him. How could I explain a feeling so pervasive yet so lacking in concrete evidence? How could I describe the certainty of being watched by something I couldn't see, something that felt distinctly other? That night, sleep was elusive. Every creak of the RV settling, every branch scraping against the roof in the gentle breeze, sounded magnified, sinister. I lay rigid in the bed, listening to Arthur's steady breathing beside me, and stared up at the dark ceiling. The feeling hadn't dissipated when I came inside. It had followed me. It felt like unseen eyes were pressed right up against the windows, peering through the gaps in the blinds we'd meticulously closed. More than once, I was tempted to peek, to pull back the flimsy plastic slat just an inch and confront the darkness. But a deeper, colder instinct held me back. Some things, it whispered, are better left unseen. I imagined dark shapes moving silently just beyond the thin walls, their attention fixed solely on us, waiting for what I didn't dare to guess. When dawn finally broke, painting the sky in pale, watery colors, it wasn't a feeling of refreshment that washed over me, but one of profound relief, like a prisoner granted a temporary reprieve. We still had 2 more nights planned in Pachog, and already the thought filled me with a quiet, insistent dread. This wasn't just nerves. This was the beginning of something else entirely. The woods were watching, and I was starting to think they didn't like what they saw. The remaining 2 days in Pachog were an exercise in tightly wound tension, at least for me. Arthur, bless his heart, seemed determined to enjoy himself, striding off on hikes with his binoculars and field guide, whistling cheerful, off-key tunes. I made excuses to stay close to the Wanderer, organizing cupboards that were already immaculate, rewriting paragraphs in my book without absorbing a single word, nursing lukewarm cups of tea under the awning. But staying close offered no real comfort. The feeling of being watched was relentless, a constant pressure against my senses. It wasn't localized anymore. It felt like the entire forest, every tree, every shadow, every rustling leaf, was part of a single, vast observing entity. The woods didn't just contain the watcher, The woods were the watcher. I became acutely attuned to the forest sounds, parsing them with a frantic intensity. Was that rhythmic thump, thump, thump just a woodpecker? Or something else tapping, signaling? Was the wind sighing through the pines, or was it whispering words I couldn't quite make out? Several times while Arthur was gone, I heard what sounded distinctly like soft, shuffling footsteps circling the RV, just beyond the cleared area of our campsite. Each time I'd freeze, straining to listen, heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I'd peek through the window, scanning the undergrowth, but see nothing. The sounds would cease the moment I tried to pinpoint them, leaving only the maddening ambiguity. Was it just deer browse, raccoons investigating, or was it testing the boundaries, seeing how close it could get? One morning, I found a small, unnerving arrangement just at the edge of the woods facing our RV door. 3 smooth, gray stones, none larger than my fist, stacked neatly one atop the other. They hadn't been there the evening before. I would have noticed. It wasn't elaborate, nothing overtly threatening, but it felt deliberate. Placed, like a marker, or a message I couldn't decipher. When I pointed it out to Arthur, he shrugged. Probably kids, Winnie. Or maybe just a weird natural formation. But his eyes flickered towards the tree line with a brief uncertainty before he dismissed it. He didn't see the quiet intentionality in it, the way it seemed placed specifically for us to find. I kicked the stones apart, scattering them into the leaves, feeling a surge of defiant anger mixed with fear. It felt like acknowledging a silent communication I desperately wanted to ignore. The nights remained the worst. Sleep came in fits and starts, punctuated by imagined noises and the unshakable conviction that something lingered just outside, patient and unblinking. One night, I was jolted awake by a low, chattering sound, almost guttural, coming from the direction of the dense woods behind the RV. It wasn't the screech of an owl or the yip of a coyote. It sounded like multiple voices, whispering rapidly, excitedly, just below the threshold of intelligibility. I lay there, rigid, barely breathing, straining to make out words. But it was just a cascade of unsettling, alien syllables. Arthur slept soundly beside me. The chattering faded after a few minutes, leaving a silence that felt even heavier, more pregnant with menace. Leaving Pachog felt like surfacing after holding my breath for too long. As the forest receded in the rearview mirror, the oppressive weight on my chest seemed to lighten, though a residue of fear clung stubbornly. See, we survived, Arthur said, reaching over to pat my knee. Just needed to get used to the wilderness ambience. I didn't argue. I just wanted to be home, surrounded by streetlights and traffic noise, the predictable rhythms of civilization. For a few weeks, life returned to normal. We fell back into our routines, and the unease from Pachog began to feel distant, almost dreamlike. Almost. But the memory lingered, a cold spot in the back of my mind. So when Arthur, ever the optimist, suggested another trip, this time to Natchog State Forest, my immediate reaction was a visceral no. Natchog, known for its singing bridge and deep, rocky ravines, held a similar reputation for wildness. Come on, Winnie, he coaxed. Pachog was just, maybe that particular spot was a bit weird. Give it another chance. Different forest, different vibe. Part of me screamed against it, but another, traitorous part whispered that maybe he was right. Maybe it was just Pachog. Maybe I was letting my imagination get the better of me. Reluctantly, weakly, I agreed. The wanderer, parked in our driveway, seemed to loom, no longer a symbol of freedom, but a vessel waiting to take us back to the edge of that unnerving awareness. Setting up camp in Natchog felt eerily familiar. Another wooded campsite, another wall of imposing trees, another illusion of secluded peace. For the first day, I almost convinced myself Arthur had been right. The air felt lighter, the woods less immediately oppressive. We hiked along the river, the sound of rushing water a cheerful counterpoint to the quiet forest. I started to relax, tentatively allowing the beauty of the place to seep in. But the reprieve was short-lived. It began subtly, just as before. A flicker of movement caught out of the corner of my eye while washing dishes at the outdoor spigot. The sudden silence of birdsong as I walked the perimeter of the campsite. And then, standing outside the RV as dusk bled into night, the feeling returned, hitting me with the force of a physical blow. The prickling on my neck, the sensation of being intensely scrutinized, the heavy presence lurking just beyond the firelight. It wasn't Pachog, it was the woods. It was here too. A cold wave of despair washed over me. There was no escaping it. Wherever we took the wanderer into these pockets of wilderness, it would be there, waiting, watching. The character of the watching felt slightly different in Natchog. If Pachog felt invasively curious, Natchog felt ancient, patient, and deeply possessive. The silence here seemed older, heavier. The trees, mostly hemlocks and pines in this section, stood impossibly tall and straight, their upper reaches lost in shadow even during the day. The feeling of being observed wasn't just from the edges, it felt like it emanated from the very soil, from the rocks, from the whispering water in the ravine below. That night, sleep was out of the question. I lay awake, listening to the forest, every sound amplified by my fear. Around 2 a.m., fueled by a terrifying certainty that something was right outside, I did what I'd resisted doing in Pachog. Slowly, silently, I crept from the bed to the window over the dinette. My hand trembled as I reached for the plastic slat of the blinds. Taking a deep breath, I tilted it just enough to create a narrow slit, pressing one eye close. At first, there was only darkness, the impenetrable black beneath the trees, the slightly less black shapes of the trees themselves against the faint starlight filtering through the canopy. My heart hammered. I scanned the area methodically, forcing my eye to adjust. Nothing, just trees and shadows. Maybe I was losing my mind. I started to pull back, a wave of frustrated exhaustion washing over me. And then I saw it. Or rather, I sensed it coalesced out of the darkness. For a split second, standing between two thick pine trunks was a shape. Tall, impossibly thin. It wasn't distinct, more like a column of concentrated shadow, something that absorbed the faint light rather than reflecting it. I couldn't make out features, no face, no limbs really, just presence. And for that instant, I felt its gaze lock onto mine through the tiny gap in the blinds. An intelligence, cold and ancient, acknowledged my watching. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it seemed to simply dissolve back into the surrounding blackness, leaving nothing behind but the image seared into my retinas and a cold dread that sunk its claws deep into my soul. I stumbled back from the window, gasping, my hand clamped over my mouth to stifle a scream. It wasn't my imagination. It was real, and it knew we were here. I didn't scream. I couldn't. The sound was trapped somewhere deep in my chest, choked off by a paralyzing fear colder and sharper than anything I'd ever known. I scrambled back into the bed, pulling the covers up to my chin, my body trembling violently. The image of that tall, thin shadow shape, the momentary, terrifying connection of its perceived gaze was burned into my mind. It wasn't just watching anymore, it knew I was watching it. That felt like a fundamental shift, a crossing of some invisible line. Winnie, what's wrong? Arthur mumbled sleepily, disturbed by my shaking. I tried to form words to tell him what I saw, but all that came out was a garbled, breathless whisper. Outside there's something. It saw me? He sat up, instantly more alert, sensing the genuine panic in my voice, a panic that went far beyond my previous anxieties. He peered towards the window, then back at me, my face pale and stricken in the dim light filtering from the RV's clock. Okay, stay calm, he said, his voice low and steady, though I could see a flicker of fear in his own eyes now. He didn't get up to look. Some instinct, perhaps mirroring my own terror, kept him rooted to the spot. He just held my hand, a surprisingly frail anchor in the suffocating darkness, until the first gray light of dawn began to seep through the edges of the blinds. There was no discussion. As soon as it was light enough to see, we were packing up. Clothes were thrown haphazardly into bags. Dishes were shoved into cupboards. The awning was retracted with fumbling, urgent movements. Arthur worked with a grim, faced efficiency I hadn't seen before. He didn't ask questions. He didn't try to rationalize. He had seen my terror, felt its raw edge, and that was enough. The air outside felt thick, charged, alive with unseen attention. Every snap of a twig from the surrounding woods sounded like a footstep. Every bird call seemed like a warning. We didn't speak, communicating only through nods and gestures, united in a single-purpose escape. The feeling of being watched intensified as we hitched up the Wanderer, a malevolent pressure bearing down on us. It felt like the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting to see if we would dare to leave its grasp. Driving out of Natchog, I didn't look back, keeping my eyes fixed on the road ahead, but I could feel those unseen eyes following us, burning into the back of my head, until we finally hit the main highway and the dense trees gave way to more open, settled land. You'd think that would have been the end of it? 2 terrifying trips, confirmation that something deeply unsettling resided in those woods. Surely that would be enough to deter anyone. And for a long time, it was. The Wanderer sat in our driveway, unused, accumulating a patina of dust and fallen leaves. The thought of taking it back into the woods filled me with a nausea that was almost physical. Arthur seemed to understand, focusing his energy on backyard projects instead. But the memory of the investment, the ghost of the dream we'd had, lingered. Months passed. Autumn turned to winter, then spring bloomed, tentative and hopeful. The sharp edges of the fear began to dull slightly, as traumatic memories sometimes do, leaving behind a persistent, low-grade anxiety rather than acute terror. Maybe, Arthur suggested one evening, hesitantly, we could try one more time. Cockaponset State Forest. It was closer to the shoreline, maybe less remote feeling fragmented by roads. Just a short trip, Winnie, he'd said. Maybe a different area will be totally fine. If it's not, we sell it. Promise. One last try. Against my better judgment, worn down by the passage of time and a sliver of foolish hope that perhaps the previous experiences were anomalies tied to deeper woods, I agreed. It was a mistake. From the moment we turned off the main road onto the winding path leading into Cockaponset, I knew. The feeling was back, but it wasn't the subtle creep of Pachog or the ancient patience of Natchog. This felt angry, aggressive. The air was heavy, stagnant, and the woods seemed unnaturally silent, devoid even of insect sounds. Setting up the RV felt like performing chores under hostile surveillance. The prickling sensation wasn't just on my neck. It was everywhere. A full body crawl of apprehension. There was no beauty here, only menace lurking behind every tree trunk. That night was auditory torture. It started around midnight loud, distinct bangs against the side of the RV, like someone striking the metal with a heavy fist. The first time, we both jolted upright, hearts pounding. Arthur grabbed a heavy flashlight, peering out the windows but saw nothing. The banging stopped. 10 minutes later, it happened again, on the opposite side, then on the roof. Sporadic, jarring impacts out of the oppressive silence, seemingly designed purely to terrorize. Sleep was impossible. We sat huddled together on the dinette benches, listening, flinching at every sound. Peeking through the blinds revealed only darkness, but the feeling of presence was overwhelming, a palpable wave of malice pressing in from outside. It felt personal now. It felt like we were being deliberately harassed, punished for our intrusion. By dawn, we were both exhausted, frayed nerves rubbed raw. As Arthur stepped outside to check for damage, finding none, inexplicably, a profound silence fell over the campsite. Not the peaceful quiet of early morning, but a dead, waiting silence. Even the birds were quiet. He quickly came back inside, his face pale. "Let's go, Winnie," he said, his voice strained. Now, this time, packing up felt frantic, bordering on panicked. We fumbled with latches, dropped things, constantly glancing over our shoulders at the tree line, expecting something. The feeling of being watched was suffocating, a physical weight. It felt like dozens of eyes were tracking our every move, unseen but undeniably present, radiating a cold fury. As we pulled away, leaving Cockaponset behind, I didn't feel relief, only a profound sense of violation and a deep, shuddering fear that lingered long after the forest was out of sight. That was the end. There were no more discussions, no more one last tries. The joy we'd hoped to find in the wilderness had been completely overshadowed. consumed by that pervasive, intelligent, and ultimately unknowable presence in the woods. The constant, low, level dread had culminated in sheer terror. The wilderness wasn't a place of escape. It was a place where something else lived, something ancient and aware that did not welcome intrusion. We listed the wanderer for sale the following week. Handing over the keys to the new owner felt like shedding a cursed object. I felt a pang of guilt, wondering if they too would feel the eyes upon them should they venture into those same woods, but I didn't voice it. Some warnings are impossible to articulate, impossible to believe until experienced. We never went back to Pachog Natchog. We are Kakaponset. We don't camp anymore. Sometimes, even now, in our quiet suburban house, on nights when the wind rustles the leaves outside the window, just so, or when I catch a flicker of movement in the peripheral shadows of the backyard, that old feeling returns. A faint echo, a prickle of unease, the sense of being observed. Is it just memory, the PTSD of the woods? Or did a sliver of that watching awareness follow us home? I don't know. All I know is that deep in the forests of Connecticut, something resides in the shadows, something intelligent, hidden, and observant. It watches from the dense woods, its eyes on your back, its presence a constant, low-level dread that saps the joy out of the wild. It watched us, and it's why we sold the RV. Never again. My name is Barnaby Wells. Proper English name, I suppose, though I haven't set foot on British soil in donkey's years. Moved across the pond for work finance. Wouldn't you know it, the sort of soul-crushing London gig I thought I'd left behind only to find its equally demanding American cousin. After a particularly brutal quarter, culminating in a project that nearly had me chewing the office carpet, I decided enough was enough. I needed a break. Not just a weekend, but a proper disconnect. Mobile off, emails unread, the whole 9 yards. Solitude. That's what I craved. The sort of deep, uncomplicated silence you only find buried in nature, far from the incessant thrum of the city and the even more incessant demands of middle management. That's how I found myself piloting a rented RV, a cumbersome beast I affectionately nicknamed the Tortoise, towards the whispering woods surrounding Chatfield, Hollow State Park in Connecticut. I didn't book a spot in the park itself. I prefer the illusion of being truly alone, so I found a quiet, semi-secluded spot on some permissible land just bordering it. Close enough to hike the trails if the mood struck, far enough to avoid the cheerful bonhomie of fellow campers. Perfect. The drive up was uneventful. The transition from gray cityscape to burgeoning green a balm to my frayed nerves. Setting up the Tortoise took the better part of the afternoon. Leveling the damn thing was a chore. Hooking up the minimal utilities I planned to use felt oddly domestic, but by the time the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and bruised purple, I was settled. I cracked open a beer, sat on the fold-out steps of the RV, and just breathed. The air was crisp, smelling of pine needles, damp earth, and the faint, clean scent of distant water. The woods weren't silent, not truly. There was the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, the chirping chorus of crickets tuning up for their nightly symphony, the sigh of the wind through the high branches. Natural sounds, honest sounds, the antithesis of the artificial hum that had been the soundtrack to my life for too long. Inside, the Tortoise was functional, if a little cramped. A small kitchenette, a dining nook that converted into a surprisingly comfortable bed, and a tiny loo. Everything I needed. I made a simple meal pasta from a packet, jazzed up with some vegetables I'd brought along. Washed up, tidied away. As darkness properly fell, the woods outside transformed. Familiar shapes became ambiguous lumps and shadows. The wind seemed to carry whispers now, though rationally I knew it was just leaves brushing against leaves. Still, the isolation once craved began to feel significant. The thin metal walls of the RV felt less like a sanctuary and more like a fragile shell against the vast, indifferent wilderness pressing in from all sides. I read for a while, an old paperback thriller I'd found tucked away. The protagonist was, ironically, being stalked through a remote forest. I chuckled grimly at the coincidence. finding the fictional fear a comforting distraction from the very real sense of being small and alone in the dark. Around 10:30, perhaps 11, I decided to turn in. Yawn stretched, converted the dinette into my bed. The mattress was thin, but exhaustion made it feel like a cloud. I switched off the main light, leaving only a tiny battery, powered LED near the door, casting feeble shadows. Outside, the crickets sawed away relentlessly. A branch scraped against the roof wind, obviously. I closed my eyes, willing sleep to come, to ferry me away from spreadsheets and deadlines into blissful oblivion. The rhythmic chirp, chirp, chirp was almost hypnotic, and then came the other sound. Ho. Ho, soft, rhythmic, airy. Panning. My eyes snapped open in the near dark. I lay perfectly still, straining my ears. Had I imagined it? There it was again. It sounded close, right outside the door, like a dog, a medium-sized dog perhaps catching its breath after a run. But that was impossible. I didn't own a dog. I hadn't seen any stray animals when I arrived. And surely, any camper nearby with a pet would have it leashed or inside by now. Besides, I hadn't heard any barking, any footsteps on the gravel patch outside, nothing to announce an arrival, just the sudden presence of breathing. My heart started a nervous tap against my ribs. Rational thoughts fought against rising unease. Maybe it was a wild animal, a fox, a coyote. Do they pant like that? I wasn't a wildlife expert. It sounded distinctly canine, though. Domesticated canine.
Wow, it wasn't stopping.
Just this steady, quiet respiration, seemingly inches from the thin metal door separating me from the night. Then a soft whine. High-pitched, almost questioning. Mirror. Okay, definitely a dog. Or something doing a damn fine impression of one. My rational mind insisted it must be a lost pet. Poor thing, probably wandering, smelled my cooking earlier. Maybe looking for company or scraps. Still, the way it had just appeared, silently, was unnerving. Against my better judgment, fueled by a mix of curiosity and a sliver of pity for a potentially lost animal, I decided to look. Slowly, careful not to make any sudden movements, I eased myself off the bed. The floor creaked faintly under my weight. The panning outside didn't falter. I crept towards the door, my hand hovering over the lock. Should I switch on the main exterior light first? No, that might scare it off before I could see it. A quick peek would suffice. My fingers closed around the cold metal latch. I took a shallow breath, held it, and twisted. The lock clicked loudly in the quiet RV. The panting stopped. Abruptly. Utter silence from outside save for the crickets, which suddenly sounded deafening. Hesitantly, I pulled the door open a crack, peering into the oppressive darkness. Nothing. Just the familiar shapes of trees, deeper shadows where the feeble LED light didn't reach. No animal, lost or otherwise. I pushed the door wider, stepping onto the top fold-out step, my eyes scanning the small clearing around the tortoise. Empty, just the gravel patch, the looming trees, the sighing wind. Confused, I reached back inside and flicked the switch for the powerful exterior floodlight mounted above the door. The clearing leaped into stark relief. Every rock, every fallen leaf, every blade of grass was momentarily etched in sharp detail. Still nothing. No dog, no fox. No creature patiently panning by my doorstep. It was as if it had vanished into thin air the moment the lock clicked, feeling a bit foolish and decidedly spooked. I switched off the floodlight, plunging the area back into near darkness. I lingered for a moment, listening intently. Only the wind and the crickets answered. Perhaps it had been shy, heard the lock and bolted before I could even open the door. That seemed plausible. Yet the suddenness of its silence felt wrong, shivering slightly. Though the night wasn't particularly cold, I retreated back inside, locking the door firmly behind me. Double-checked the latch. I stood there for a minute, just listening. Silence. I padded back to bed, the earlier exhaustion replaced by a jittery alertness. I strained my ears, waiting for the panning to return, but there was nothing. Eventually, maybe half an hour later, sheer tiredness won out, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep, the memory of that soft, persistent breathing echoing in my mind. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the RV windows. The woods looked benign, beautiful even. The previous night's strangeness felt distant, almost dreamlike, a trick of the tired mind, perhaps. An overactive imagination stirred by the isolation and the thriller novel. I dismissed it. Probably a fox, or maybe a neighbor's dog on a late night wander, scared off easily. I made coffee, had breakfast, and spent the day exploring a nearby trail in Chatfield Hollow. The hike was invigorating, the scenery stunning. Waterfalls, rocky outcrops, dense forest, exactly the escape I needed. By the time I returned to the tortoise in the late afternoon, the incident was all but forgotten, relegated to a minor nocturnal anomaly. Evening descended again, following the same pattern as before. Dinner, reading, the slow transition from dusk to full dark. The woods exhaled their cool, earthy breath. The crickets began their ceaseless serenade. I prepared for bed, feeling relaxed, the day's hike having worked its magic. Lights out, settled in, eyes closed. The familiar sounds of the forest lulled me. Oh, it was back. Same spot. Right outside the door, same soft, rhythmic panting. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a one-off. This wasn't my imagination. It was real. And this time, accompanying the panting, barely audible but distinctly metallic, was another sound. A faint, irregular jingle tink, like collar tags, on a collar that wasn't there, on a dog I couldn't see. Panic began to prickle at the edges of my consciousness. I lay frozen, listening to the phantom dog breathing and jingling just beyond the door, a silent sentinel in the dark woods. This wasn't a lost pet. This felt different. Older, colder, and it was waiting, frozen. That's the only word for it. Lying there in the converted dinette bed, muscles locked, breath held captive in my chest. Outside, the impossible continued, the soft, steady rhythm of panting, now punctuated by that faint, sharp jingle tink. Collar tags. It sounded so mundane, so ordinary, yet in this context it was utterly terrifying. It implied a history, a domesticity that had no place here, attached to a presence that defied explanation. My mind raced, frantically trying to weave a logical thread. Could it be wind chimes somewhere distant, the sound carrying strangely? No, the jingle was too close, too specific, too perfectly synchronized with the breathing. Could it be some elaborate prank? Highly unlikely. Who would bother out here in the middle of nowhere? And how could they reproduce the sound so flawlessly, so close to the door, without being detected? The previous night's peak had shown nothing, absolutely nothing. This time, I didn't move. The thought of opening the door again, of peering into that darkness, knowing that sound was just beyond it, filled me with a primal dread. What if this time I did see something? What shape would it take? The ghost of a dog. That felt almost comforting compared to the unknown alternatives my fear-addled brain was conjuring. What if it wasn't a dog at all? What if the sounds were just bait? The panting went on. The jingle punctuated it randomly. Tink, jingle, jingle. Sometimes a soft whine threaded through, a sound of longing or perhaps mild confusion. It didn't sound aggressive. That was perhaps the most unsettling part. There was no growling, no snarling, no frantic scratching at the door. Just this persistent, quiet presence. Waiting, existing, breathing, jingling. How long did I lie there? 10 minutes, an hour. Time seemed to warp, stretching and compressing. Every creak of the RV settling, every rustle of leaves outside, magnified 100-fold, sending jolts through my already frayed nerves. I considered banging on the wall, shouting, anything to make it stop, to provoke a different reaction. But I was pinned by fear, the irrational certainty that making noise would be like confirming my presence to something that shouldn't know I was there. Eventually, perhaps sensing my rigid, terrified attention through the thin metal skin of the tortoise, the sound simply faded. Not abruptly like the night before when I'd opened the door, but gradually. The panting grew shallower, softer, until it was indistinguishable from the whisper of the wind. The jingle became less frequent, a final faint tink, and then silence. The familiar chorus of crickets and wind rushed back in to fill the void, but the silence felt heavier now, charged with the memory of what had been there. Sleep was impossible. I remained awake, eyes wide in the dark, until the first hint of gray light began to dilute the blackness outside my window. Only then did a wave of bone, deep exhaustion wash over me, pulling me under for a couple of hours of fitful, haunted rest. The next morning felt different. The sun shone just as brightly, the birds sang, but the beauty of the woods felt tainted, watchful. The previous night's experience wasn't an anomaly anymore, it was a pattern. Something was happening here, specifically to me, or at least specifically around my RV. After forcing down some coffee that tasted like ash, I knew I had to investigate properly. I stepped outside, my senses on high alert. I circled the tortoise slowly, meticulously scanning the ground. Gravel, patches of damp earth, fallen leaves. I looked for paw prints, any sign of an animal having been right up against the door. Nothing. Not a single disturbed pebble. Not one indentation that could be construed as a paw mark. It was as if the creature, whatever it was, floated inches above the ground or possessed an impossible lightness. The lack of physical evidence was, in its own way, more disturbing than finding tracks would have been. It pushed the experience further into the realm of the uncanny, the inexplicable. I widened my search, walking the perimeter of the small clearing. I peered into the dense undergrowth, looking for broken twigs, snagged fur, anything. Again, nothing. The woods looked undisturbed, serene. Standing there, bathed in morning sunlight, the fear from the night felt almost ludicrous. Was I truly losing my grip? Was the stress I'd tried to escape finally manifesting as auditory hallucinations? The thought was deeply unsettling. The sounds had felt so real, so physically present. I spent the day in a state of low-level anxiety. I tried reading, but the words blurred. I considered hiking again, but the idea of leaving the tortoise unattended felt wrong. What if the sounds started during the day? What if returning meant finding something else? The RV, once a symbol of escape and freedom, now felt like a cage, a focal point for something I couldn't comprehend. I checked my phone, still no reliable signal. The isolation I'd craved now felt like a trap. I couldn't call anyone, couldn't easily research local legends or strange occurrences around Chatfield Hollow. I was alone with it. As evening approached again, a grim determination set in. If this was going to happen every night, I needed proof. Not just for potential future explanations, but for my own sanity. I needed objective evidence that I wasn't just imagining the panting, the whining, the ghostly jingle of non-existent tags. I took out my smartphone, opened the voice recorder app, and placed it on the small shelf right beside the RV door, microphone facing outwards. I secured it with some tape, ensuring it wouldn't fall. If the sound started, the phone would be perfectly positioned to capture them. Night fell, heavier and more menacing than before. I went through the motions of dinner, washing up, preparing for bed, but my heart hammered against my ribs. Every sound outside seemed amplified. I finally lay down, the phone's small recording icon glowing faintly near the door. I strained my ears, waiting. It took longer this time. Long enough for me to start doubting, to wonder if perhaps my daytime investigation had somehow scared it off. Long enough for a sliver of hope to flicker. And then, it started softly, almost hesitantly, but it was unmistakably there. My breath hitched. I glanced at the phone. The timer on the recording app was ticking upwards. It had to be capturing this. Myrrh. The whine joined in, lower pitched tonight, more mournful. Jingle, tink, jingle. The tag sounded clearer, sharper. It went on for what felt like an eternity. I didn't dare move, didn't dare breathe too loudly. I just lay there, listening, feeling a bizarre mix of terror and vindication. It's real. The phone is recording it. I'm not crazy. After maybe 20 minutes, as gradually as it had begun, it faded away into silence. I waited, heart pounding, listening to the woods reclaim the night. Silence. Deep, profound silence. With trembling hands, I retrieved the phone. My fingers fumbled as I stopped the recording and saved the file. This was it, the proof. I hesitated for only a second before hitting play, holding the phone speaker close to my ear. Nothing. Well, not nothing. I could hear the crickets loud and clear. I could hear the faint sigh of the wind, exactly as it had sounded in the RV. I could even hear the tiny creak the RV made when I shifted my weight slightly at one point. The ambient sounds of the night were perfectly preserved, but there was no panting, no whining, no ghostly jingle, tink of collar tags. I played it again. Volume up full. Nothing. I skipped through the file, listening intently to the sections where the sounds had been loudest, most persistent. Only the crickets and the wind answered. A cold wave washed over me, colder than any fear I'd felt before. The recording was clean. My phone had picked up everything else, every normal sound from outside that flimsy door. But the phantom dog, the breathing, the tags, it was as if they existed on a different frequency, audible only to me. Or perhaps they simply weren't there to be recorded. Perhaps they were only ever inside my head. No, I refused to believe that. The sounds were too specific, too consistent, too external. It felt like it was right outside the door. The lost pet, theory resurfaced, twisted now into something darker. A ghost dog, perhaps, but one bound not by sadness, but by something else. Something that allowed it to manifest as sound, but leave no other trace. Something that could choose who heard it. Was it tied to this specific spot? Or was it tied somehow to me? The thought sent a fresh jolt of fear through me. The feeling wasn't malicious, not overtly. It was just there. A persistent, inexplicable, invisible presence circling my flimsy sanctuary in the woods. Leaving seemed the only sane option now. Pack up the tortas at first light and drive away, never looking back. Put hundreds of miles between me and this cursed patch of woodland. But as I lay there, staring at the useless phone in my hand, another feeling crept in alongside the fear as stubborn, a logical refusal to be driven away by breathing. It felt cowardly, and a deeper, colder thought followed. What if leaving didn't matter? What if the sound wasn't tied to the location at all? The silence outside the RV door felt enormous, profound. But I knew, with a chilling certainty, that it was only temporary. It would be back. Tonight, the unseen visitor had proven it couldn't be captured, couldn't be proven. It existed only in the hearing, in the feeling of its presence. And I was trapped here, in this metal box, waiting for it to return. The woods pressed close, silent and watchful, and the phantom panting already echoed in my memory, a promise of the night to come. My nerves were utterly shredded. Sleep seemed like a distant memory, a luxury I might never afford again near Chatfield Hollow. Another night bled into another dawn, marked only by the gray light filtering through the RV windows and the gritty feeling behind my eyeballs. Sleep hadn't come. How could it? After the crushing disappointment, the sheer invalidity bestowed by the silent recording, my mind was a frantic carousel of fear and self-doubt. Was I breaking? Had the solitude I craved somehow cracked open a fault line in my sanity? But then the memory would surface, the absolute clarity of the panting, the distinct metallic tink of the tags. It wasn't internal. It couldn't be. The day passed in a blur of anxiety. I barely ate. I paced the confines of the tortoise like a caged animal, jumping at every snap of a twig, every bird call that sounded slightly off-key. The woods outside, once a symbol of peace, now felt like a vast, watching entity, aware of my terror, perhaps even feeding on it. Leaving was the obvious, rational choice. Yet I remained rooted to the spot, partly through a stubborn refusal to be chased away by something I couldn't even see, partly through the chilling fear that distance might not matter, but mostly, I think, because I was simply too terrified to make a decision, paralyzed by the anticipation of the coming night. As dusk began to settle, painting the trees in long, distorted shadows, I knew I couldn't endure another night passively listening, waiting for the sounds to fade. If I was going mad, I needed to know. If this was real, I didn't know what I needed, but I couldn't just lie there anymore. Tonight, I wouldn't try to sleep. I would wait. I would watch. I made coffee, strong and black, draining mug after mug until my hands trembled, and my heart beat an unnaturally fast rhythm against my ribs. I turned off all the interior lights, except for the faint glow of my phone screen, casting the small space into deep shadow. I positioned myself on the floor, back against the flimsy cupboard opposite the door, knees drawn up to my chest. In my hand, I gripped the heaviest torch I had, one of those hefty mag lights that could feasibly double as a club. It wasn't much, but holding its solid weight offered a sliver of comfort. And I waited. The silence stretched. The crickets chirped their indifferent chorus. The wind sighed through the pines. Minutes crawled by like wounded insects. An hour passed. Then another. My body ached from the tense posture. My eyes burned with fatigue and caffeine. Doubt began to creep in again. Maybe it was over. Maybe my decision to stay awake, to be ready, had somehow deterred it. Then, softly, oh, it was back. Right on schedule, right outside the door. My grip tightened on the mag light, knuckles white. The panting seemed labored tonight slower, deeper. Like an old dog, weary from a long journey. Remember, the whine was different too. Not questioning or mournful, but low, guttural. Almost a growl, but without the expected aggression. More like a sound of discomfort. Jingle, 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 tink. The tag sounded heavier. Somehow. Closer. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. Just sat there in the dark, listening, my entire being focused on that thin metal door and the impossible presence on the other side. The sounds continued, waxing and waning slightly. A relentless auditory siege. Time ceased to have meaning. There was only the darkness, the pounding in my chest, and the rhythmic breathing and jingling from the void outside. Suddenly, a new sound. A faint scrape. Like claws, or perhaps fingernails, dragging lightly down the painted metal of the door. Once. Twice. My blood turned to ice water. This was new. This was interaction. Tentative, perhaps, but undeniable. I held my breath, expecting more. A push, a rattle of the handle, nothing. Just the panting, the jingling resuming their steady rhythm. Had I imagined the scrape? Was my sleep-deprived mind finally projecting its fear onto the sounds? And then it happened. It wasn't loud. It was barely anything at all. But in the supercharged silence of my vigil, it was louder than a thunderclap. For a single heart-stopping second, the panting wasn't outside the door anymore. It was inside. Right beside my head. A single, warm, moist hoe ghosted past my ear, so close I felt the faintest disturbance in the air. Simultaneously, from the darkest corner of the RV, came one distinct metallic tink, then absolute silence. Not the gradual fading of previous nights, but an instant cessation, as if a switch had been flicked. The crickets still chirped outside, the wind still sighed, but the presence, the core of my terror, was gone. But it had been inside. It had breached the walls. That was it. The breaking point. Sanity, stubbornness, pride, none of it mattered anymore. An overwhelming, primal wave of pure panic surged through me, shattering my paralysis. I scrambled upright, banging my knee against the table, fumbling for the main light switch. The RV flooded with harsh yellow light, revealing nothing but the cramped, familiar interior. But it felt violated now, contaminated. No. No more. Get out. Get out now. The words were a ragged whisper, torn from my throat. I didn't pack. I fled. I grabbed my keys, my wallet, my phone. I didn't bother changing out of the clothes I'd been sitting in for hours. I wrenched the RV door open, half expecting something to be waiting, but there was only the empty, moonlit clearing. I practically fell down the steps, stumbling towards the driver's cabin. My hands shook so violently it took 3 tries to get the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, sounding obscenely loud in the stillness. Headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees that seemed to press closer than ever. I slammed the Tortoise into gear, not caring about the rented vehicle's suspension as I jolted off the leveling blocks and onto the rough track leading away from the site. Branches scraped against the sides, the sound like screeching claws. I didn't slow down. Driving through the winding park roads in the dead of night was terrifying in itself, my headlights carving a frantic tunnel through the oppressive blackness. Every shadow seemed to wreathe. Every glint of animal eyes in the distance made me jump. I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a pair of glowing eyes keeping pace, or the silhouette of a dog trotting silently behind me. There was nothing. Just the receding darkness. It wasn't until I hit the main highway, bathed in the orange glow of streetlights, and surrounded by the comforting sight of other vehicles that the adrenaline rush began to subside, replaced by racking shudders of reaction. I drove for hours, putting as much distance as possible between myself and Chatfield Hollow. I didn't stop until the sun was fully up, pulling into a brightly lit service station hundreds of miles away, the cheerful normalcy of it feeling like another planet. I returned the RV later that day, offering some flimsy excuse about a family emergency. The rental agent gave me a questioning look, likely noting my haggard appearance and the new scratches down the vehicle's side, but thankfully didn't press the issue. That was weeks ago. I'm back in the city now, surrounded by noise and people. Back to the job I tried to escape. But the escape I found in those woods wasn't solitude, it was something else entirely. Sleep is still difficult. Every time I'm in a quiet place, especially at night, I find myself listening, straining my ears for a sound that shouldn't be there. The gentle panting of a dog on a warm day, the jingle of tags as a pet walks by on the street, these mundane sounds now trigger a cold knot of fear in my stomach. I never went back, of course. Never again. I don't know what was haunting that spot near Chatfield Hollow. The ghost of a lost pet, forever circling its last known territory, perhaps. Or was it something older, something wilder, merely adopting the familiar sounds of a loyal companion to draw closer, to test the boundaries? I don't have any answers. All I have is the memory, the feeling of unseen eyes, the sound of breathing just beyond the door, the echo of non-existent collar tags, and the chilling violation of that single breath beside my ear in the dark. Some places I now realize hold echoes, and some echoes never fade. My name is Harold Blackwood, Hal to the few friends I still keep in touch with. Most folks probably remember me as the guy who ran Blackwood's hardware down on Main Street for 30 odd years. Solid business, solid life. Raised 2 kids. Sarah and Tom saw them off to college, waved goodbye as they started their own lives in cities far bigger and louder than Oak Haven ever was. Martha, my wife, Martha passed 3 years back now. Cancer. It was quick, merciful in its own cruel way, but it left a silence in the house that was louder than any noise I'd ever known. That silence became a weight, pressing down on me day after day. Selling the store felt like shedding skin, necessary but leaving me raw. Retirement wasn't the golden vista promised in the brochures, it was just empty. Empty house, empty days. So I bought the RV, a used Winnebago, sturdy, maybe a little dated, but it felt like freedom on wheels. My kids thought I was nuts. Dad, you're 72, what are you going to do rattling around in an RV? Sarah had asked, genuine concern etched on her face. Tom was more pragmatic, worried about breakdowns and me being alone. But I needed it. I needed space, needed distance, needed something other than the 4 walls that echoed with Martha's absence. I needed the woods. Not manicured parks, but proper woods. The kind where the trees crowd out the sky, and the silence is supposed to be deep and natural. That's how I ended up, I wish I could tell you the exact name of the state forest. It's blurred now, hazy like a bad dream you can't quite shake. Somewhere in the Pacific Northwest, I think. Oregon, Washington, maybe Northern California. I'd driven for days, following winding logging roads, marked no trespassing, which I'd blatantly ignored, pushing deeper and deeper until the satellite signal vanished and the GPS just showed a little RV icon floating in a sea of undifferentiated green. Found a clearing nestled between ancient moss-draped firs overlooking a small, nameless creek that gurgled pleasantly. Perfect. Utterly secluded. No other soul for miles, I reckoned. Just me, the whinny, and the kind of profound quiet I'd been craving. I parked, leveled the rig, and killed the engine. The sudden absence of the diesel rumble was glorious. I stepped outside, breathing deep. The air was cool, crisp, thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. The creek provided a gentle soundtrack. Birds chirped somewhere high in the canopy. A squirrel chattered indignantly from a nearby branch. This was it. This was the peace I'd driven halfway across the country to find. I spent the afternoon setting up my little camp chair, brewing coffee on the propane stove, just sitting and soaking it in. The sheer aloneness felt therapeutic, washing away the tension that had been coiled in my shoulders for months. As dusk began to purple the sky, painting the undersides of the clouds in strokes of orange and rose, I felt a contentment I hadn't experienced since before Martha got sick. I made a simple dinner, canned stew heated up, eaten straight from the pot, washed it down with a thermos of lukewarm coffee, cleaned up, locked the RV door, and settled into the small dinette booth with a worn paperback western. The gas lamp hissed softly, casting a warm, yellow glow. Outside, the woods deepened into shadow, the chirps and gurgles fading into the background symphony of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. It was idyllic, peaceful, exactly what the doctor, or at least my own wary soul, had ordered. Then it started. It wasn't abrupt. It was insidious, creeping into my awareness so gradually I couldn't pinpoint the exact moment it began. A hum. A low, pervasive thrumming that seemed to vibrate right up from the ground. At first, I thought it was the RV's refrigerator cycling on. I waited, listening. The fridge compressor had a distinct kick and a higher pitch. This wasn't it. I turned off the gas lamp, plunging the RV into near darkness, lit only by the faint starlight filtering through the windows. Silence except for the hum. It wasn't loud, not in the conventional sense. It wasn't a blare or a roar. It was deep, subterranean, a frequency you felt as much as heard. It resonated in my teeth, in the bones of my skull. I got up, pressing my ear against the RV floor. The vibration was stronger there, a tangible tremor running through the linoleum, up through the chassis, seemingly transmitted directly from the tires resting on the forest floor. My logical hardware, store owner brain kicked in. Engine off. Generator off. Water pump off. Propane tank secure. No electricity hookups out here, obviously. Could it be seismic? A distant tremor. Unlikely to be so constant, so unvarying. Could it be underground water? An aquifer flowing deep beneath? Maybe, but it didn't sound like water. It had a strange resonant quality. Almost metallic, yet organic. Like the planet itself was breathing, but with a lung made of stressed steel. I stepped outside. The night air was cold, instantly raising goosebumps on my arms. I stood still, straining my ears. The creek still gurgled, crickets still chirped. The wind sighed softly through the high branches. But underneath it all, woven into the fabric of the night, was the hum. It didn't seem directional. I walked a slow circle around the RV, head tilted, trying to locate a source. North, south, east, west, it made no difference. It wasn't coming from somewhere, it felt like it was everywhere. Emanating from the very soil I stood on, vibrating the air itself. It wasn't electrical, no transformer buzz. It wasn't mechanical, no clanking, no whirring, no engine rhythm. It was just hum, a pure, low, unwavering tone that seemed to bore directly into my consciousness. Unnerving doesn't begin to cover it. It was the kind of sound that bypasses the ears and registers somewhere deeper, primal. The kind of sound that signifies something is fundamentally wrong with the world around you. Sleep, that first night, was a joke. I lay in the narrow bed at the back of the RV, the hum a constant companion. It wasn't loud enough to drown out other sounds, but it was persistent enough to prevent true silence, true rest. Every time I drifted towards sleep, the vibration seemed to intensify slightly, pulling me back to a state of tense awareness. It felt like trying to sleep with someone lightly resting their fingertips on your skull, constantly, gently, insistently there. I tossed, I turned, pulled the pillow over my head, which only muffled the higher frequencies, leaving the deep vibration seemingly clearer, more penetrating. Images, fragmented and unsettling, flickered behind my eyelids. Not quite nightmares, more like anxiety dreams fueled by the incessant sound. The woods outside the thin walls of the RV seemed to press in, the darkness no longer comforting but menacing. Every creak of the vehicle settling, every rustle in the undergrowth, was magnified, distorted by the underlying thrum. Was it getting louder? Or was I just becoming more attuned to it, my sanity fraying at the edges already? I kept telling myself it was nothing, an anomaly, some weird natural phenomenon I didn't understand. Power lines buried deep. secret military installation miles away. My mind grasped at straws, desperate for a rational explanation that felt increasingly inadequate. Dawn eventually broke, gray and cheerless, filtering through the pines. I hadn't really slept, just drifted in and out of a restless, shallow doze. My head ached, not just from lack of sleep, but from the hum itself, which felt like it had taken up residence behind my eyes. It hadn't stopped. If anything, the relative quiet of the morning made it seem even more pronounced. The birdsong felt thin and reedy against its resonant bassline. The creek's murmur seemed trivial. The hum was the dominant sound, the heartbeat of this cursed patch of woods. I made coffee, hands trembling slightly. Stepped outside, hoping the daylight would somehow diminish the sound, rob it of its nocturnal menace. It didn't. The sun climbing over the ridgeline did nothing to dispel the deep, resonant vibration coming from the earth. It was still there, a constant, unsettling presence. I looked around the clearing, at the ancient trees, the damp ground, the cheerfully parked RV that suddenly felt like a trap. I had driven hundreds of miles seeking peace. What I had found felt like the opposite, an insidious disturbance, a wrongness that vibrated up from the very roots of the world. And the truly terrifying thought, the one that lodged itself cold and sharp in my gut, was this: I was miles from anywhere, completely alone, and the noise wasn't outside anymore. It felt like it was inside my head. The coffee tasted like ash. Sitting at the dinette, watching weak sunlight filter through the dusty window, the mug vibrated faintly in my hand. It wasn't my own tremor, not entirely. It was the hum, transmitted through the table, up my arm. It had become the baseline reality of this place. Breathing felt shallow, tight, as if the air itself was thick with the sound. My headache wasn't a sharp pain, more like a dole. Heavy pressure behind my temples, a constant reminder of the sonic intrusion. Sleep hadn't refreshed me. It had merely been a less conscious period of enduring the noise. I forced myself through the motions. Fried some bacon and eggs, the sizzle barely registering over the low-frequency thrum. Washed the dishes in the small sink, the running water a temporary, higher-pitched distraction that did little to mask the fundamental vibration beneath. I checked the RV again, meticulously this time. Popped the hood, stared blankly at the silent engine block. Checked the tires properly inflated, resting solidly on the packed earth and pine needles. Walked around the exterior, running my hands over the paneling, feeling the subtle resonance. Nothing. No logical source. No malfunctioning equipment. It was the ground. It had to be the ground. My plan for the day had been simple: hike. Explore the woods, find the creek's source, maybe try to identify some birds. Get away from the confines of the RV, breathe fresh air, clear my head. Clinging to that plan felt like clinging to a piece of driftwood in a churning sea. I packed a small backpack water bottle, compass, a granola bar, a first aid kit. Force of habit. Then I hesitated. Leaving the RV felt wrong. It was my only shelter, my only link, however tenuous, to the world I knew. What if something happened to it while I was gone? What if the hum did something? The thought was irrational, absurd, yet it lingered. The sound wasn't just annoying anymore. It felt vaguely malevolent, purposeful. Shaking my head, trying to dispel the paranoia, I locked the door and set off. I decided to follow the creek upstream, figuring it would eventually lead me somewhere interesting, or at least provide a constant landmark. The gurgling water was a welcome noise, something natural and chaotic to contrast with the unnatural, monotonous hum. But the hum followed. It wasn't weaker out here, away from the RV's metal shell. If anything, stripped of the vehicle's minor creaks and the propane hiss, it felt purer, more fundamental. It resonated through the soles of my hiking boots, a constant vibration traveling up my legs, settling in my chest cavity. The woods were strangely silent. Beyond the creek's noise and the ever-present hum, there was an unnerving lack of animal sounds. No squirrels chattering, fewer birds than yesterday. The air hung still and heavy, even when a breeze rustled the higher branches. It felt like the forest itself was holding its breath, listening. Or maybe the hum was driving everything else away. The thought sent a fresh wave of unease through me. Was I the only fool stupid enough to stay? I walked for maybe an hour, pushing through ferns, scrambling over mossy logs. The scenery was beautiful in a rugged, untamed way, but I couldn't appreciate it. My focus kept snapping back to the sound, to the feeling. My ears strained, trying to dissect the hum, trying to find a pattern, a fluctuation, anything to make it less monolithic. There was none, just the steady, low drone. Occasionally, I'd think I heard something else within it, a fleeting scrap of melody, a distorted voice, but it would vanish the instant I tried to focus on it, leaving only the unwavering thrum. Auditory hallucinations, stress, lack of sleep, probably, but the possibility that it wasn't just in my head was far more terrifying. The vibration seemed to be messing with my balance. More than once, I stumbled on level ground, a wave of dizziness washing over me. The world felt subtly tilted, unstable. I stopped, leaning against a massive fir tree, pressing my palm against its rough bark. I could feel the hum, even hear a faint tremor in the ancient wood. It was inescapable, coming from the earth, permeating everything. Rationality fought a losing battle. Deep earth drilling miles away, a hidden fault line generating subsonic frequencies, a secret underground hydroelectric project. I cycled through explanations, each feeling thinner than the last. No explanation accounted for the feeling it induced, the deep, visceral wrongness, the sense of encroaching dread. It wasn't just noise, it was pressure, a weight on the soul. It scraped nerves raw, magnified anxieties, made the comfortable isolation I'd sought feel like being trapped in an alien landscape. My thoughts kept circling back to Martha. What would she have said? Probably told me I was hearing things, fussed over me, made me a cup of strong tea. The memory brought a pang of grief so sharp it almost eclipsed the hum for a second. But then the vibration reasserted itself, a physical presence that crowded out even sorrow. Was this what losing your mind felt like? A gradual erosion of certainty, replaced by a pervasive, inexplicable dread. I looked at my watch. Only mid-afternoon, but the woods already seemed darker, the shadows lengthening unnaturally. The thought of being caught out here after dark, away from the RV, sent a jolt of panic through me. I turned, abandoning the exploration, and began backtracking towards the clearing, following the creek downstream now. My pace was quicker, bordering on frantic. Every snap of a twig sounded like a footstep. Every shadow seemed to wreath with unseen movement. The hum felt louder now, pressing in, amplifying my fear. Reaching the clearing felt like reaching a besieged fortress. The Winnebago sat there, inert, familiar, yet somehow alien in this context. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking again, and scrambled inside, locking the door firmly behind me. The relative silence inside the RV, the muffling of the wind. The creek only served to highlight the omnipresent hum. It pulsed in the enclosed space, seeming to throb in time with the frantic beat of my own heart. I sat at the dinette again, just staring out the window. My skin felt tight, itchy. A trickle of warmth ran from my nose. I swiped at it distractedly, then looked at my fingers. Blood. A nosebleed, not profuse but definite. It wasn't something I was prone to. Coincidence. Or was this damn sound doing something physical to me, vibrating me apart from the inside out? Nausea churned in my stomach. I didn't want to eat, didn't want to read, didn't want to do anything but make the noise stop. As the sun dipped below the tree line, painting the sky in angry streaks of red and orange, a profound sense of despair washed over me. Another night, another endless stretch of hours trapped with this relentless, soul-grinding resonance. Sanity, which had felt frayed this morning, now felt like a rope stretched taut, strands snapping one by one. The Western novel lay forgotten. The quiet solitude I'd craved had become a resonant torture chamber. I checked the locks on the door again. Checked the windows. Pointless rituals against an enemy that came from the ground itself. I considered packing up, trying to drive out in the dark. But the logging roads were treacherous even in daylight, and the thought of navigating them in my current state, with the disorienting hum drilling into my skull, it felt impossible. Safer, ironically, to stay put. Safer to endure. But as the last light faded, and the woods outside dissolved into impenetrable blackness, pierced only by the incessant, vibrating hum that felt like it was burrowing deeper and deeper into my bones, into my mind. The word safe felt like a bitter joke. I hadn't just found a quiet spot in the woods. I'd found something else. Something ancient, maybe. Something wrong. And it was starting to feel like it wouldn't let me leave. Never again, I thought, the words echoing the sentiment from the prompt, but now filled with a chilling immediacy. Never again. The second night was falling, and I had a terrible feeling it was going to be much, much worse than the first. Night felt like a hammer blow. The second one. Inside the Winnebago, the feeble glow of the single gas lamp I dared to keep lit did nothing to push back the oppressive weight of the darkness or the sound. Especially the sound. The hum wasn't just a background noise anymore. It was the only noise. It filled the RV, pressed against my eardrums, vibrated through the floor, the walls, the very air I breathed. It felt thicker, more viscous, like the silence itself had curdled into this resonant dread. Sleep was out of the question. I didn't even try lying down. I sat bolt upright at the dinette, hands clamped over my ears, pressing hard enough to make my jaw ache. It did nothing. The hum wasn't entering through my ears. It was resonating inside my skull, a hideous internal vibration. I could feel it in my teeth, a gritty, buzzing sensation. My nose started bleeding again, a slow, persistent trickle I barely bothered to wipe away. Nausea rolled in my gut, acidic and sharp. The hours crawled by, each second stretched thin by the relentless thrumming. My thoughts, already frayed, began to unravel completely. Logic had fled, only raw, primal fear remained, amplified by exhaustion. I started hearing things, or maybe I didn't. Whispers, seeming to ride just beneath the main frequency of the hum. Sibilant, indistinct, like voices speaking backwards just at the edge of hearing. Were they real? Was it the wind? Was it just my mind cracking under the strain? I didn't know. I couldn't trust my own senses anymore. Shadows cast by the lamp seemed to deepen and shift in my peripheral vision. I'd snap my head around, heart pounding, convinced something was moving just outside the window, a dark shape against the deeper blackness of the woods. But there was never anything there. Just the impenetrable night and the soul-shaking hum. It felt like the sound itself was alive, watching me, waiting. Waiting for what? For me to break. For me to open the door. I started talking to it. Muttering at first, then shouting, my voice hoarse and cracking in the confined space.
What do you want? Leave me alone. Stop it. Just steep pee.
My voice sounded thin and reedy, instantly swallowed by the overwhelming resonance. Shouting back at the hum felt like screaming into a hurricane, futile, exhausting, achieving nothing but amplifying my own sense of helplessness. I pounded my fists against the table, rattling the few loose items in the RV. The impact's a pathetic counterpoint to the deep, unwavering vibration from below. At some point, I think I hallucinated Martha. Saw her standing by the small kitchenette, bathed in an ethereal, humming light, her expression unreadable. She didn't speak, just watched me, her presence both comforting and terrifyingly wrong. Then she dissolved, like smoke leaving only the thrumming emptiness. Was it grief? A stress-induced vision? Or was this place, this sound, somehow dredging up fragments of my past, twisting them into instruments of torment? The vibration seemed to intensify as the night deepened. It wasn't just in my head or the floor anymore. It felt like the entire RV was subtly shaking, resonating like a tuning fork struck by some colossal, unseen hand. I imagined the tires sinking into the earth, the ground itself trying to swallow the vehicle. I pictured roots, thick and dark, weaving up through the chassis, anchoring me here forever. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I couldn't take another second. The thought of waiting for dawn, for the dubious safety of daylight, was unbearable. Escape. Now, it was the only thought hammering through the chaos in my skull. I lurched towards the driver's seat, fumbling in the near darkness. My movements were clumsy, jerky, like a puppet whose strings were tangled. Finding the ignition key felt like a monumental victory. Please start. Please start. Please start. I chanted the words a desperate prayer whispered against the hum. I turned the key. The engine groaned, protested, then caught with a roar that, for a blissful instant, almost drowned out the deeper vibration. Headlights blazed, cutting twin tunnels into the oppressive darkness outside the windshield. The sudden, familiar rumble of the diesel engine was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. I didn't bother retracting the leveling jacks or securing anything inside. Objects crashed and slid as I slammed the gear stick into reverse, then drive. I spun the wheel, tires churning mud and pine needles, bumping violently as I maneuvered the bulky vehicle out of the clearing and onto the barely visible track I'd followed coming in. Driving was a nightmare. The headlights seemed inadequate, illuminating only a narrow corridor of dense trees and menacing shadows. Branches scraped along the sides of the RV like skeletal fingers. The track was rougher than I remembered, jarring my teeth, tossing me around in the seat. And the hum, dear God, the hum hadn't stopped. It chased me. It filled the cab, vibrating through the steering wheel, the pedals, the seat itself. It felt like it was in the engine, in the tires, an inseparable part of my desperate flight. I drove recklessly, fueled by adrenaline and sheer terror. Took turns too fast, bottomed out in unseen potholes, scraped the undercarriage on rocks. Every sound, the engine's roar, the crashing of unsecured items in the back. The screech of branches was layered over the infernal, pervasive thrumming. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something emerge from the darkness behind me, some physical manifestation of the sound. How long I drove like that, I don't know. Time had lost all meaning. My focus narrowed to the patch of illuminated track ahead, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. Then something shifted. It wasn't abrupt, but gradual. The intensity of the vibration began to lessen. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the pressure in my skull eased. The gritty feeling in my teeth subsided. I risked a glance away from the track, checking the mirrors again. Just darkness. But the feeling was changing. The hum was receding as if I were driving out of a vast, invisible field of resonance. Was it distance? Had I crossed some boundary? Or was it letting me go? By the time I hit a paved road asphalt, blessed, solid asphalt, the hum was gone. Not faded, but gone. The sudden, absolute silence that rushed and felt deafening, almost painful after the constant sonic pressure. The only sounds were the RV's engine, the tires on the road, and the frantic gasping of my own breath. Relief washed over me in a wave so powerful it left me weak, trembling uncontrollably. I pulled over onto the shoulder, killed the engine, and just sat there, shaking, tears streaming down my face. Tears of terror, exhaustion, and overwhelming relief. I drove until I found the first sign of civilization, a brightly lit 24-hour gas station. I must have looked like hell. Mud, splattered RV, wild-eyed, clothes rumpled, dried blood under my nose. The kid behind the counter gave me a wide-eyed look but didn't say anything as I paid for gas and coffee, my hands still shaking too much to handle the money properly. I never went back into the woods. Sold the RV as soon as I got home, took a loss, didn't care. I couldn't stand the thought of being inside it again, couldn't shake the feeling that the resonance was somehow embedded in its metal frame. I tried to find the state forest on a map later, tried to pinpoint the location, but the details remained stubbornly hazy, shrouded in the fog of trauma. Specific names, the exact route erased, or perhaps buried deliberately by my own mind, protecting itself. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I think I can almost hear it. A low, faint vibration, right at the edge of perception. Is it tinnitus? The memory echoing in my ears? Or is it a reminder that the sound is still out there, somewhere deep in the woods, emanating from the earth, waiting? I don't know. All I know is this: I went looking for peace, for solitude, and I found a place where the silence screams, where the ground itself vibrates with a frequency not meant for human ears. It burrowed into my skull, frayed my sanity, and left a scar that will never truly heal. Never again. Whatever that hum was, wherever that clearing lies hidden, I will never, ever go back. Never again. My name is Florence Green. Most folks call me Flo, though I've never felt particularly flowy, more like sturdy. Dependable, like a well-built retaining wall, maybe. I'm the kind of person who checks locks, prefers paved roads, and finds comfort in the predictable rhythm of suburban life, which is why what happened in People's State Forest feels like such a violation, a tear in the fabric of the world I thought I knew. It wasn't just scary, it was fundamentally wrong. And it started, as so many things do, with the best intentions. It was Mark's idea, of course. My husband, Mark, is a dreamer wrapped in flannel, an optimist who believes a leaky tent just adds character to a camping trip. He'd been burning the candle at both ends for months, working shutdowns at the chemical plant, coming home smelling vaguely of sulfur and looking like a ghost haunting his own work boots. He needed escape, recalibration, a dose of something other than fluorescent lights and overtime forms. He found People's State Forest online, seduced by pictures that probably hadn't been updated since the dial-up era images of impossibly blue skies, eyes, naturally cheerful families, and woods so pristine they looked sterilized. "Look, Flo," he'd said, shoving his laptop towards me, his finger tapping a picture of an RV park beside a creek, so clear it looked like liquid glass. People's State Forest. Doesn't that sound nice? Wholesome? Just people-y? I eyed the screen skeptically. My idea of communing with nature usually involved a screened in porch and a strong G in. Tea forests, in my experience, were places where spiders built empires, unseen things slithered underfoot, and the silence wasn't peaceful, but watchful. People-y. Mark, it looks remote. Are there bears? Is there reliable cell service? What about questionable banjo music echoing from unseen valleys? He waved away my concerns with the easy confidence of a man who has never had to wrestle a raccoon out of a cooler at 3 a.m.
Be great fresh air! Stars!
We can take Dave's RV, the Wandering Star, unplug, recharge. Just us in the whispering pines. He gave me that look, the one that combines the hopeful pleading of a golden retriever with the stubbornness of a mule. It's lethally effective, so I agreed. Mostly for him. I unearthed my hiking boots, purchased 5 years ago for a charity walk and worn exactly once, compiled a first aid kit that could handle anything short of amputation, and bought enough deed to stun a moose. Mark, meanwhile, wrestled the Wandering Star from his brother Dave. It was an older model, a lumbering beige beast that smelled like a combination of wet dog, stale coffee, and existential despair. Mark slapped its side affectionately. She's got character, Flo. I suspected the character was mostly rust and questionable electrical wiring, but I held my tongue. The drive up was textbook normalcy, almost aggressively so. We trundled along state highways, the Wandering Star groaning in protest on the inclines. Classic rock crackled intermittently on the radio, battling static as we drove further from civilization. Mark sang along off Key to Foreigner, drumming on the steering wheel. I watched the landscape shift from strip malls and subdivisions to rolling farmland, then dense woods. We passed through towns with names plucked straight from a nostalgic postcard: Harmony Creek, Miller's Crossing, Pleasant Valley. Each one seemed quieter, more deserted than the last, the houses staring out with blank, curtained eyes. The air changed, losing the city's metallic tang, replaced by the cool, damp scent of pine needles and rich earth. Mark naturally was using a paper map that looked like it had survived several floods and possibly a small fire. He distrusts GPS. Takes the spontaneity out of it, he declared cheerfully. You miss all the hidden gems. We promptly missed a turnoff and found ourselves bouncing down a deeply rutted, unpaved logging road. Branches scraped against the RV's sides like skeletal fingers, and every pothole sent shudders through the vehicle's aging frame. I gripped the dashboard, imagining snapped axles and nights spent huddled in the musty interior, waiting for rescue that might never come. Mark just chuckled, expertly navigating the ruts. See, adventure, he said, oblivious to my internal monologue of doom. Eventually, he wrestled the Wandering Star back onto the tarmac. Looking back, that detour feels significant, like the first subtle wrong note in an otherwise familiar tune, the moment we strayed, however briefly, from the mapped world. People's State Forest wasn't quite the manicured paradise of the brochure. It felt older, wilder, less people ye, and more bearer. The ranger station was a small, sun-bleached cabin that looked like it was slowly surrendering to the encroaching woods. A single ranger, a man whose face seemed carved from old leather, peered at us over thick glasses. He spoke in a low growl, handing us a map that looked even more decrepit than Mark's. "Stick to marked trails," he advised, his eyes scanning us with wary indifference. "Campsites are first come, first serve. Keep food locked up. Bears around here don't take kindly to sharing. Standard stuff, delivered with zero enthusiasm." The main campgrounds were too civilized for Mark. RVs and tents were huddled together, generators humming, the sounds of radios and shouting kids drifting through the trees. "No," Mark said, shaking his head. "We need real nature flow. Solitude." He consulted his map, then turned the wandering star down a narrower. "Less maintained access road marked signal use only." The pavement quickly gave way to packed dirt, then loose gravel. We jolted along deeper and deeper into the woods, the trees pressing closer on either side. Finally, after what felt like miles, Mark spotted it. A small, natural clearing just off a curve in the road, partially hidden by a dense stand of towering hemlocks and ancient-looking oaks. It felt genuinely secluded. Sunlight filtered through the high canopy, dappling the mossy ground in shifting patterns of light and shadow. In the center was a circle of large, gray stones, forming a primitive fire pit. It looked completely unused, filled only with dry leaves and pine needles, the stones cold and clean. There was no picnic table, no sign of recent human activity. "Perfect," Mark announced, cutting the engine. The sudden silence was profound, broken only by the whisper of wind high in the pines and the frantic chirping of unseen birds. We maneuvered the RV into the flattest part of the clearing, parking it so the passenger side faced a particularly striking oak tree. It was massive, easily the oldest tree in sight, its bark deeply furrowed and gnarled, resembling the wise, wrinkled face of some ancient forest guardian. One thick, lower branch reached out at an awkward angle, like a beckoning, slightly arthritic arm. I remember noting it specifically, tracing its unique silhouette against the sky. We set about leveling the RV, pulling out our folding camp chairs and the small, metal camping table we'd brought. We placed them near the RV's door, planning our evening setup. The stone fire pit remained untouched, a cold, empty circle waiting for later. Everything felt right. Peaceful, isolated, exactly what Mark had wanted. I felt my shoulders unclench, the tension of the drive easing. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. But Mark wasn't content to sit still. The forest called to him. "Let's hit a trail before sundown, Flo," he said, already pulling on his hiking boots.
"Explore our kingdom!"
The map showed a trail nearby, marked Ridgeview Trail Moderate, promising scenic views. We grabbed water bottles, a bag of trail mix, my omnipresent first aid kit, and Mark slung a small backpack over his shoulders. We locked the wandering star securely, Mark rattling the handle twice just to be sure. I took a final look around our temporary home, the beige bulk of the RV nestled amongst the green, our chairs waiting like patient servants, the cold, empty fire pit, and the sentinel oak with its crooked arm. It was a scene I mentally photographed, a baseline of normalcy, our little pocket of civilization carved out of the wilderness. The hike itself was lovely, actually. Annoyingly so, given my initial reluctance. The trail wound upwards through sun-dappled forest, the path soft underfoot with decades of fallen pine needles. The air smelled clean and sharp. We crossed a small, chattering brook on slick, moss-covered stones, the water shockingly cold. Mark, an encyclopedia of random nature facts, pointed out different ferns and identified bird calls. For a couple of hours, I forgot to be anxious. I just walked, breathed, listened. The rhythm of our footsteps, the vast green silence, the sheer scale of the trees, it was hypnotic. We felt utterly alone, miles from anywhere. There was one brief moment of unease. The blue trail markers painted on the trees seemed to suddenly disappear. We walked for 10 minutes, the path growing fainter, the woods around us feeling denser, darker. "Did we miss a turn?" I asked, the old anxieties starting to prickle. Mark consulted the map, frowned, then backtracked. We found the marker eventually tucked behind an overgrown bush. "Just blending in with nature," Mark joked, but I couldn't shake a fleeting sensation of being watched, of the forest deliberately trying to misdirect us. But the feeling faded as we climbed higher, back onto the clearly marked path. The Ridgeview overlook was worth the effort. A wide, rocky ledge opened onto a staggering panorama, wave upon wave of forested hills rolling towards the horizon, bathed in the warm, golden light of the late afternoon sun. We sat on sun-warmed rocks, sipping water, sharing handfuls of trail mix, muscles pleasantly tired. It felt earned. It felt real. But the sun was sinking fast, painting the undersides of the clouds orange and purple. Time to head back to the wandering star, to the promise of a crackling fire, hot food, and the simple comfort of our chosen spot. Back to the campsite we knew, exactly as we'd left it. The descent felt faster, gravity pulling us down the trail as twilight began to deepen the shadows between the trees. We were tired, happy, anticipating the evening. We emerged from the denser woods onto the gravel access road, the familiar curve leading to our clearing just ahead. Back to our place, or what was supposed to be our place. We emerged from the trail onto the gravel access road, the familiar curve leading to our clearing just ahead. Through the thickening twilight, the boxy silhouette of the wandering star was a welcome sight. Mark sighed contentedly beside me. Perfect timing. Still enough light to get a fire roaring before it's properly dark. Knew the spot was a winner. Relief, warm and simple, washed through me the feeling of reaching a known point, a safe harbor after a long journey. But as we walked the last 50 yards, stepping from the road into the clearing itself, that warmth began to leach away, replaced by a prickling unease. Something felt wrong. It wasn't overt, not immediately. It was the quality of the light. Perhaps the shadows cast by the trees seemed too sharp, too dark, pooling in unnatural ways. Or maybe it was the silence. The usual drowsy hum of late day insects was absent, the air unnervingly still. It felt less like returning to a campsite and more like stepping onto a meticulously crafted stage set just moments after the actors had departed. "Flo, you dragging?" Mark asked, glancing back. I'd stopped just inside the tree line, trying to pinpoint the source of the discordant feeling. "I don't know," I said slowly, my eyes scanning the scene. Our RV sat where we left it, solid and reassuringly mundane. But around it just feels off, doesn't it? Mark chuckled, dismissing my hesitation. Off. I'm off my feet, that's for sure. Come on, first priority fire. Second food. Third collapsing. He strode towards the RV, giving its beige flank a familiar pat. The sound seemed oddly loud in the quiet. See, the wandering star waited for us. Loyal beast. He was right about the RV. It was unquestionably, undeniably ours. Same peeling decal on the side, same crack in the right taillight cover, same slightly deflated looking rear tire that Dave swore was just cosmetic. I walked around it, my hand trailing over the cool metal, checking the license plate. It was ours. This tangible proof, this anchor to the reality we knew, only served to amplify the wrongness of everything else. It was the control variable in a horrifying experiment. My gaze lifted to the trees ringing the clearing, the trees around the RV. When we arrived, I'd noted the mix of hemlock and oak, relatively sparse, allowing dappled sunlight. Now the trees seemed denser, closer together. The trunks looked thicker, the bark darker, more deeply grooved. And the specific oak I'd mentally bookmarked, the ancient one with the gnarled, crooked branch like an arm, it was still there, dominating the edge of the clearing. But it wasn't quite right. It seemed subtly repositioned, maybe a few feet further from the RV than I remembered. Its arm seemed to reach out at a slightly lower, more predatory angle. The face in its bark, which had seemed wise and watchful earlier, now looked distorted in the gloom, like a sneering mask. "Mark," I said, my voice thin. "The trees. Look at them. Seriously, look at them. Are they different?" He peered into the deepening shadows, frowning. "Bare trees, Flo? Big trees. It's darker now. Everything looks different in the dark. Your eyes are playing tricks." He waved a dismissive hand. "You're just tired. Let's get that fire pit cleared." The fire pit. My memory was crystal clear, a circle of clean, gray stones, untouched, filled with dry leaves. A blank slate waiting for our first campfire. Mark walked towards it, intending to scoop out the leaves. He stopped dead a few paces away. I came up beside him, looked down, and felt a cold fist clench in my stomach. This was not the fire pit we had left. The circle of stones was there in the same location, but these stones were not clean and gray. They were blackened, deeply stained with soot. Some cracked and heat spiraled as if from intense, prolonged use. The ground immediately surrounding the pit was bare and scorched earth, littered with tiny, half-buried fragments of charcoal. And inside the ring, where dry leaves should have been, was a thick, settled bed of old, gray ash. It looked ancient, profoundly used. Not the product of a few hours, but of seasons, maybe years, of fires. Okay. Mark breathed, his voice losing its earlier confidence. That's weird. Really weird. Are you positive it wasn't like this before? Positive. I snapped, fear making my voice sharp. I looked right at it, Mark. It was empty. Cold stones, leaves, maybe a few pine needles. It looked like no one had used it this year. This looks like it's been used for generations. He scrubbed a hand over his face, searching for a rational explanation. Maybe park maintenance. Rangers came by while we were gone. Decided to dig out an old pit. His voice trailed off, the explanation sounding flimsy even to him. Why? Why would they do that? And leave it looking like this? It felt violated, fundamentally altered. And then my eyes caught something else, something that sent a jolt of pure, undiluted impossibility through me. Standing in the deep shadow beneath the subtly altered oak tree was a picnic table. A large, heavy, wooden picnic table, the standard issue kind found in established state park areas. It was deeply weathered, the planks faded to a silvery gray, scarred with the carved initials of countless past visitors. TJ Tsuake B4EVR. Mike was here, 98. It sat there with an air of absolute solidity, of having occupied that exact spot for decades. But it hadn't been there. Hours ago, this space beneath the oak had been empty ground. We had specifically noted the lack of a table, which was why we'd set up our small, folding metal one near the RV door. Our flimsy table was still there, looking absurdly inadequate next to this sudden, ghostly apparition of weathered wood. Mark. I whispered, unable to raise my voice above a strangled breath. I pointed. My finger shook violently. He turned, followed my pointing finger. His jaw went slack. He stared, blinked, then stared again. Slowly, as if drawn by an unseen force, he walked towards it. He reached out, touched the rough, splintery wood. He ran his fingers over the carved graffiti, ghosts of long, forgotten campers. No, he whispered. No, this wasn't here. I know this wasn't here. We would have seen it. We would have used it. The world tilted. Disorientation washed over me in a sickening wave. It wasn't just that things were different. It was that reality itself felt slippery, unreliable. The RV was ours. The location, the coordinates on the map was the same. But the place had changed. Or maybe we had somehow slipped sideways into a different version of it, a version layered over the one we remembered. The trees whispered secrets we couldn't understand. The fire pit held the ashes of fires we hadn't built. The picnic table stood as a silent monument to a past that wasn't ours. What is happening? Mark stammered, his eyes wide and scanning the darkening woods around us, as if expecting an answer to emerge from the shadows. Did we mess up? Did we come back to the wrong campsite? Maybe there's another clearing nearby. Looks just like it. No, I choked out. It's the RV, Mark. It's Dave's RV. It's our stuff inside. This is the place. But it's wrong. The place itself is wrong. The sun had fully set now. Darkness wasn't just falling, it was pooling, thickening, pressing in from the surrounding forest. The earlier sense of peaceful isolation now felt like terrifying vulnerability. We were miles from anywhere, miles down a barely their road, in a place that seemed to be actively rewriting itself around us. The feeling was overwhelming. We did not belong here. We were intruders in this altered space, this wrong timeline. The woods weren't just silent, they were holding their breath, watching us. Mark stumbled back towards me, his face pale and strained in the gloom. It has to be the Rangers. He tried again, his voice lacking conviction. They must have been here. Maintenance crew. Put in the table, used the pit maybe, and changed the trees. I countered my own fear making me harsh. Made the fire pit look 100 years old.
It doesn't add up, Mark. None of it adds up.
He knew it. The forced logic collapsed, leaving only the raw, chilling fact of the impossible. We stood there, two small, terrified figures caught between the undeniable reality of our RV and the undeniable unreality of the campsite it occupied. The disconnect was terrifying, a profound cognitive dissonance that made my head spin. We were stranded not just in the woods, but in a glitch, a fold in the fabric of the world. The memory of our cheerful morning departure felt like a lifetime ago, separated from us by an impassable gulf of wrongness. We were here now in this haunted echo of a campsite, and the only certainty was the icy dread tightening its grip around my heart. We weren't just in the wrong place. We were in the wrong version of the place, and night had fallen. We stood frozen in the deepening gloom, the impossible reality of the altered campsite pressing in on us. The silence wasn't empty. It felt heavy, watchful. The air itself seemed thick, difficult to draw into the lungs. Mark stared at the spectral picnic table, its weathered wood seeming to absorb the last light, as if trying to formulate a question it could answer. But there were no answers here, only the suffocating weight of the unnatural. We have to go. I finally managed, my voice a ragged whisper that barely carried in the stillness. Mark. Right now. Get the keys, we need to leave. He tore his gaze away from the table, his eyes wide and reflecting the deep unease that had settled over the clearing like a shroud. For a moment, I saw the internal battle, the ingrained need to understand, to find a logical explanation, warring with the primal, undeniable urge to run. What is this? He stammered, gesturing vaguely at the wrong trees, the ancient fire pit. I don't know. The words tore out of me, louder than I intended, bordering on frantic. And I don't want to know. It doesn't matter. This place, Mark, it's wrong. We walked back into something else.
Can't you feel it?
That feeling like we shouldn't be here. He met my eyes then, and the desperate search for reason was gone, replaced by raw, naked fear. He nodded slowly, his face pale and slick with sweat despite the cool evening air. Yeah, he breathed.
Yeah, float.
I feel it. That was it. The shared acknowledgement broke the paralysis. Adrenaline surged, sharp and cold. Forget the chairs, I said, already backing towards the RV's door. Our little folding camp table looked laughably out of place next to the phantom picnic table. None of it mattered. Forget everything else. Just get it. Start the engine. Mark fumbled in his jeans pocket, his fingers clumsy, finally producing the keys to the wandering star. We scrambled inside the familiar, slightly stale air of the RV, hitting me like a physical force. I slammed the door shut, thumbing the lock, the small click echoing unnervingly loud. It felt like locking a screen door against a hurricane, but it was the only barrier we had against the encroaching wrongness outside. Mark slid behind the wheel, his hands visibly shaking as he jammed the key into the ignition. He turned it. A horrible, wheezing groan answered him, followed by silence. The dashboard lights flickered weakly. No, I whispered, a fresh wave of panic washing over me.
Oh, God, no.
Not now. Please start. He tried again, grinned. Whine, cough, silence. My mind raced. Was it the place holding us, refusing to let us leave its altered reality? Or was it just the final, inevitable betrayal of Dave's notoriously neglected vehicle? Either possibility was terrifying. Come on, baby, come on. Mark pleaded under his breath, gripping the steering wheel so hard his knuckles were white. He closed his eyes for a second, took a shaky breath, and turned the key a third time. The engine sputtered, coughed violently like a drowning man, then miraculously roared to life. The whole RV shuddered, rattling like it might shake itself apart, but it was running. The sound, rough and uneven as it was the most beautiful noise I had ever heard. Mark didn't hesitate. He threw the gear stick into reverse, the transmission complaining loudly. Headlights blazed, slicing through the darkness, momentarily illuminating the ancient fire pit and the impossible picnic table one last time as we swung violently around. Then he shifted into drive, flooring the accelerator. We bounced wildly out of the clearing, gravel spitting from under the tires, branches scraping along the sides of the RV like claws. I risked a single glance back through the rear window. The clearing vanished into the blackness almost instantly as we rounded the first curve. The faint glow from the porch light we'd left on was simply gone, as if the entire scene, the altered campsite, had been erased the moment we crossed its threshold. The drive back down that narrow, rutted access road was pure, white-knuckled terror. Every shadow cast by the bouncing headlights seemed to writhe with unnatural movement. The trees looked taller, closer, their branches like grasping arms. My overstimulated mind conjured shapes in the darkness, just beyond the beams, crouching figures, distortions in the air, eyes reflecting light where no eyes should be. Did the road seem longer than it had on the way in? Were the turns sharper? Or was fear simply warping my perception of time and space? Mark didn't speak, his focus absolute on navigating the treacherous road. His face was a mask of concentration and fear. The only sounds were the protesting roar of the Wandering Star's engine, the jarring rattle of everything loose inside the cabin, and my own shallow, rapid breathing. The profound silence of the woods persisted. No crickets, no frogs, no night birds. Just the sound of our frantic escape through a deadened landscape. Then, finally, blissfully, the tires hit pavement. We skidded slightly as Mark swung the RV onto the main park road, heading towards the entrance, away from the haunted heart of the forest. We didn't slow down. We passed the dark, silent turnoff for the main campgrounds. We approached the ranger station. It was unlit, deserted. The leathery-faced ranger and his cryptic warnings were gone. The building itself looked even more forlorn and neglected than before, surrendering itself back to the wilderness. There was no point stopping. Who would believe us? Or could we even say? The experience defied explanation, defied language. It resided in the realm of chilling feelings and impossible sights. We drove out of People's State Forest under a sliver of moon, leaving the oppressive silence and the altered reality behind us. The miles rolled by in near silence, the hum of the tires on asphalt a soothing balm after the terror. Only when the familiar glow of suburban streetlights appeared on the horizon did we start to breathe somewhat normally. We returned the Wandering Star the next day. Trip get cut short. Dave asked casually. Mark mumbled something about me not feeling well, a sudden bug. Dave shrugged, more interested in checking for new dents. We went home. We showered, scrubbing away the dirt and the lingering feeling of wrongness. We tried to slot back into our lives, into the comforting predictability of jobs and bills and traffic. But the crack remained. The memory of that clearing sits cold and heavy in my mind. Mark is quieter now. The easy optimism that always defined him seems muted, replaced by a wariness, a shadow in his eyes that wasn't there before. He hasn't suggested another camping trip. We don't talk about what happened, not directly. But sometimes, a falling shadow, a moment of inexplicable silence, will trigger a shared glance, a mutual acknowledgement of the impossible thing we experienced. I can't shake it. The feeling wasn't just that we were in the wrong place, but that the place itself had shifted, had accessed a different layer of its own history, leaving us momentarily stranded in its past. Or perhaps the forest itself is the people, in People's State Forest, ancient, aware, and capable of rearranging reality for reasons of its own. I don't have answers, only the lingering chill of disorientation and the absolute certainty that the world is not as solid or reliable as we pretend. My name is Florence Green. What we found in that clearing wasn't bears or bad weather. It was a tear in the fabric of things, a glimpse into something ancient and unsettlingly fluid. We drove away, but the memory remains, sharp and clear the wrong trees. The ancient fire pit, the table that shouldn't have been there. Never again. I will never go back to People's State Forest. Some places hold more than just memories. They hold on to different versions of reality. And you don't want to be there when they decide to switch. My name is Mildred Peabody. Sounds a bit like something out of a dusty old book, doesn't it? Maybe it suits me. I've always been the cautious type, the one who checks the locks, packs an extra sweater just in case, and prefers the quiet hum of predictability over the jarring clamor of the unexpected. My husband, Arthur, bless his sturdy, grounded soul, often jokes that I could find potential catastrophe in a perfectly poured cup of tea. Perhaps he's right. But sometimes, just sometimes, that caution feels less like fussiness and more like a whispering instinct. A faint tremor in the air warning of something amiss. This was one of those times, though the warning came far too late, disguised by the serene beauty of a winter landscape. We were parked near the edge of Nahantec State Forest in Connecticut. Not in it. Mind you, Arthur had found a secluded little pull-off spot on a rarely used service road just outside the official boundary. Close enough for the ambience, far enough for privacy. It was late autumn turning towards winter proper, and a light snowfall had dusted everything the night before. Not a blizzard, just a gentle dressing, enough to make the world outside our cozy little RV look like a Christmas card illustration. Our RV, the Wanderer, as Arthur proudly called it, wasn't new or fancy, but it was ours. It was snug, filled with the familiar scent of percolating coffee, worn blankets, and the faint lingering aroma of whatever simple dinner we'd cooked the night before. It was our little haven, our rolling home base for exploring the quieter corners of the country, now that retirement had finally given us the time. Arthur loved the freedom of it, the ability to just go. I loved the contained security of it, our little metal shell against the vastness outside. That morning I woke first, as I usually do. The pre-dawn light was just beginning to filter through the small window over the kitchenette sink, casting long, blue shadows across the miniature counter. The silence was profound, the kind you only get deep in the countryside after a fresh snowfall, a heavy, insulating blanket smothering the usual forest chatter. Even the wind seemed to be holding its breath. I remember thinking how peaceful it was, how utterly still. A perfect, tranquil morning. The calm before whatever it was. I swung my legs out of the bunk, careful not to wake Arthur, who was still snoring softly in the convertible dinette bed. Pulling on my thick robe and slippers, I padded over to start the coffee, the ritual of comforting anchor in the quiet solitude. The propane heater kicked in with a gentle whoosh, adding its warmth to the small space. As the coffee began its familiar gurgle and drip, I glanced out the window above the sink, expecting to see the pristine, untouched snow blanketing the ground, the dark skeletons of the trees standing sentinel at the edge of the woods perhaps 50 yards away. What I saw instead made the breath catch in my throat. Tracks. Footprints, leading directly towards our RV. At first, my mind tried to rationalize. Deer, raccoon. But no, these weren't animal tracks. They were unmistakably, horrifyingly human. And not just human, but barefoot. Perfectly formed impressions of naked soles and distinct toes, pressed clearly into the thin layer of fresh snow. Who in their right mind would be walking barefoot in the near, freezing temperatures after a snowfall? My heart started a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I leaned closer to the window, wiping away a patch of condensation with my sleeve. The tracks began right at the edge of the woods, emerging from the dense thicket of bare trees and dormant underbrush. A single set, one foot after the other, a steady, deliberate pace, marching straight across the open, snow-covered ground, directly towards our door. A prickle of unease, cold and sharp, traced its way up my spine. This wasn't right. It wasn't just odd, it felt fundamentally wrong. Pranksters. Maybe some local kids trying to spook the out-of-towners. But out here, in this isolation, and barefoot, it made no sense. I watched the tracks, mesmerized by their stark clarity against the white snow. They continued unwavering until they reached the small metal step folded up against our RV door. And then they just stopped. Not turned away, not doubled back. Not scuffed or disturbed as if someone had paused and then retreated. They simply ended. The last clear print was inches from the base of our door, as if the person making them had either vanished into thin air or somehow passed through the solid metal and fiberglass. A wave of dizziness washed over me. I gripped the edge of the counter, the cold laminate biting into my palms. My mind raced, searching for an explanation, any explanation that wasn't utterly terrifying. Could the wind have blown the snow away further on? No, the snow around the final print was perfectly smooth, undisturbed. Could they have jumped onto the step and then what? Climbed onto the roof. Why? And wouldn't there be marks on the door, the step, the side of the RV? Arthur, I whispered, my voice tight and thin. Arthur, wake up. He stirred, mumbling groggily. Coffee ready, Millie. Arthur, you need to see this. Now. There must have been something in my voice, a raw edge of fear he wasn't used to, because he sat up immediately, instantly awake, his brow furrowed with concern. What is it? What's wrong? I couldn't speak, just pointed a trembling finger towards the window. He slid out of bed, pulling on his own robe, and came to stand beside me, peering out into the dim morning light. I watched his face change. First confusion, then disbelief, then a slow dawning of the same unease I felt. He rubbed his eyes, leaned closer, squinted. Barefoot. He murmured, his voice low. And this cold. He moved to the RV door, his hand hovering over the lock. Did you hear anything last night? I shook my head numbly. No, nothing. Just silence. Arthur, ever the practical one, began his process of elimination. Kids. Hunters messing around. He unlocked the door, pushing it open a crack, the hinges groaning softly in the stillness. A blast of cold air hit us. He peered down at the step, then at the ground just beyond it. He saw what I saw. The final, perfect print. And then nothing. He stepped outside cautiously, his slippered feet crunching on the untouched snow beside the mysterious tracks. I stayed huddled in the doorway, my arms wrapped tightly around myself, watching him. He walked slowly along the line of footprints, back towards the woods, examining each one. His breath plumed in the frigid air. Single set, he confirmed, looking back at me, his face grim. Steady pace. No sign of struggle. No other marks around. He reached the tree line where the tracks began just as abruptly as they ended at our door. He peered into the dark tangle of woods, then slowly walked back, following the prints towards the RV again. He stopped at the final print, crouching down despite the cold, studying the snow, the door, the step. He ran a gloved hand. He grabbed gloves before stepping fully out, over the painted metal of the door smooth, unmarked. He checked the lock mechanism, the window seals. Nothing. No scratches, no pry marks, no indication that anyone or anything had tried to force entry. He stood up, shaking his head, a deep frown etched between his brows. He looked baffled, but beneath the confusion I saw a flicker of something else. Fear. Arthur wasn't easily spooked, but the sheer physical impossibility of what lay before us was undeniable. They just stop, he said, stating the obvious, yet somehow making it sound even more ominous. Right here, like they evaporated. Or, he didn't finish the sentence, but I knew what he was thinking. Or, like they went straight through the door. We retreated back inside, locking the door firmly behind us, the click of the deadbolt sounding unnervingly inadequate. The cozy warmth of the RV suddenly felt fragile, vulnerable. The silence outside, once peaceful, now seemed charged with unseen tension. We stood there, looking at each other, the half-brewed coffee forgotten. The image of those bare footprints, marching out of the silent woods and vanishing at our doorstep, was burned into my mind. This wasn't a prank. This wasn't explainable. Something strange and unsettling had come calling in the night, leaving only its impossible signature in the snow. And the chilling question hung heavy in the air between us. Where did it go? The coffee sat forgotten, growing cold in the percolator. Neither of us had the stomach for it, nor for the toast Arthur had half-heartedly suggested making. Food felt irrelevant, frivolous, in the face of the cold, hard evidence stamped into the snow just feet away. We were prisoners in our own rolling sanctuary, held captive by a set of footprints that defied every law of logic and nature we understood. Hours crawled by, measured not by the clock on the microwave display, but by the slow creep of the sun across the pale winter sky. We spoke little, and when we did, our voices were hushed, as if afraid of disturbing something outside, or perhaps afraid of acknowledging the true depth of our fear aloud. Mostly, we watched. From the dinette window, from the small porthole in the door, from the cockpit seats, rotating our positions like nervous sentries, eyes constantly scanning the silent woods and the damning line of prints. They didn't change. The sun, weak as it was, did little to melt them. They remained sharp-edged, stark reminders of the impossible visitor. Arthur, needing to do something, bundled up again mid-morning and went back out. This time, he had a tape measure and his camera phone, though the lack of signal meant he couldn't send pictures to anyone, only document. I watched him through the window, my heart thudding with a protective anxiety. He meticulously measured the stride length consistent, human-like. He measured the foot-size average adult, perhaps slightly on the larger side. He took photos from every conceivable angle, close-ups of the toes, wide shots showing the trail from the woods, pictures focusing on the abrupt end point by the RV step. He circled the RV slowly, examining every inch of the exterior for any other mark, any clue. He found nothing. He spent a long time at the edge of the woods, peering into the dense thicket where the tracks originated. He even pushed aside some low-hanging, snow-laden branches, searching for what? A dropped glove, a sign of passage. More tracks leading into the forest. Again, nothing. The tracks simply began there, appearing fully formed on the forest edge, as if materialized from the cold air itself. When he came back inside, stamping the snow from his boots, his face was bleaker than ever. Nothing Millie. He sighed, sinking onto the bench seat, running a hand through his thinning hair. Absolutely nothing. It makes no sense. No drag marks, no scuffs, no sign that someone tried to fake this by walking backward and brushing away tracks. The snow around them is completely undisturbed. Except for my own prints now. And at the woods, it's like they just stepped out of the trees themselves. He tried, bless him, he really did.
Maybe.
He offered, staring blankly at the tabletop. Maybe someone was wearing incredibly thin, snow-proof soft things, and then they were lifted away by a rope or a drone. Even as he said it, the words sounded absurd, hollow. Who would orchestrate such a bizarre, pointless, and technologically complex prank in the middle of nowhere? And why? Lifted away. I repeated, the image flashing in my mind, some unseen force plucking a barefoot person from our doorstep. It wasn't comforting. Or maybe they didn't need lifting Arthur. Maybe they just dematerialized. Or squeezed under the door like smoke. Arthur flinched at that. Don't talk like that, Millie. Why not? My voice was sharper than I intended. Are we supposed to pretend this is normal? That barefoot people routinely appear from woods? Walk up to RVs in the snow and vanish into thin air?
Nothing about this is normal, Arthur.
And pretending it is won't make us safer. He looked at me, then really looked at me, and the forced practicality in his eyes crumbled, replaced by a shared dread. I know, he said quietly. I know it's not normal. I don't know what to do about it. Neither did I. Do we pack up and leave immediately? Flee down the snow, dusted service road, potentially being watched by whatever made those tracks? Or do we stay put, locked inside, hoping it was a one-time event, a fleeting moment of high strangeness that wouldn't be repeated? Staying felt like waiting to be tested again. Leaving felt like running blindly into the unknown. We checked the map Arthur kept in the glove compartment. The service road eventually met a slightly larger county road a few miles away, but neither was likely to be plowed quickly after even a light snow. We were effectively stuck here until the sun did its work, or we risked getting the RV stranded. For now, the Wanderer felt less like a vehicle and more like a stationary target. The silence pressed in. The familiar, comforting sounds of the RV, the hum of the small refrigerator, the ticking of the battery monitor seemed amplified, alien. Every so often, a branch somewhere in the forest would shed its load of snow with a soft whoomp, and we'd both jump, eyes darting to the windows. Was that just snow? Or was it something else moving out there? Mid-afternoon, As the light began to fade towards the gray pallor of late day, I was washing the forgotten coffee pot when I heard it. A soft, rhythmic tap, tap, tapping. My hand froze, gripping the sponge. "Arthur, did you hear that?" I whispered. He was sitting at the dinette, staring out the window towards the woods. He turned slowly, his eyes wide. "Hear what?" "Tapping," I insisted, straining my ears. Tap, tap, tap. It was faint, incredibly faint, and seemed to be coming from above. "It sounds like it's on the roof." Arthur slid silently from the bench and stood beside me, both of us holding our breath, listening. Tap, tap, tap. It continued for perhaps 10 seconds, a delicate, almost hesitant sound like fingernails on the fiberglass roof. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. We stared at each other, the unspoken question hanging between us, ice melting. A twig falling just so. Or was something up there? Neither of us dared to go outside and look. The idea of opening the door, of exposing ourselves even for a moment, was unthinkable now. The incident, small as it was, shifted the atmosphere inside the RV from tense apprehension to thick, cloying dread, before the threat felt external, marked by the footprints outside. Now, the tapping suggested proximity intrusion. The barrier between us and the unknown felt terrifyingly thin. Was it testing the roof, looking for a way in? Or was it just there? Arthur checked the locks again, pointlessly. He wedged a sturdy piece of firewood we kept for campfires under the inside door handle, a flimsy barricade against what exactly? If something could vanish at our doorstep, could a locked door truly stop it? As dusk began to bleed into the landscape, painting the snow in shades of violet and deep blue, the woods seemed to draw closer, the trees becoming indistinct shapes, watchers in the gloom. The footprints were still visible, ghostly pale tracks leading to our door like an accusation. "We should have left this morning," Arthur murmured, his voice strained. "We should have just packed up and driven out, risked the road." "We still can," I said, though my own conviction wavered. Driving these roads in the dark, with this hanging over us, felt equally perilous. "No," he decided, shaking his head. "We wait till morning, full daylight. Then we get out of here and don't look back." He tried to sound decisive, but I could hear the tremor beneath the words. So we sat side by side on the dinette bench meant for cheerful vacation meals, watching the last of the light fade, leaving us encased in the small, fragile world of the RV. Outside, the snow glowed faintly under the rising moon, and the bare footprints remained, leading out of the silent darkness of Nahanic State Forest, and stopping just inches from our door. The tapping hadn't returned, but the silence that followed felt heavier, more menacing than any sound. We weren't just near the woods anymore. We felt like we were adrift in an ocean of quiet dread, with the impossible tracks as the only marker, pointing directly, terrifyingly at us. The long night stretched ahead, and the weight of the unseen pressed down on our little metal shell, threatening to crack it open. Night pressed in around the RV, thick and absolute. The moon, which had earlier cast an ethereal glow, hid behind a bank of clouds, plunging the landscape into near total darkness. Inside, we turned off all the lights except for the tiny, dim leddy above the stove, casting our faces in sharp relief and making the shadows in the corners seem deeper, more active. Sleep was an impossibility. Every nerve ending felt frayed, raw, attuned to the profound silence outside, a silence that felt less like peace and more like something holding its breath, waiting. We sat huddled together on the dinette bench, a thick blanket pulled over our laps despite the warmth from the humming heater. Arthur held my hand, his grip tight, his knuckles white. His earlier attempts at rationalization had evaporated, leaving behind a stark, quiet fear that mirrored my own. We didn't speak, didn't need to. We were both listening. Listening for a repeat of the tapping, listening for anything that broke the oppressive stillness. Hours passed. 1 o'clock blinked on the microwave display, then 2. Outside, the world was a void. Inside, the air crackled with unspoken terror. My imagination ran wild, conjuring shapes in the darkness beyond the windows. Phantom movements at the edge of my vision. Was that the wind sighing through the pines or something else? Was the gentle creak of the RV settling on its suspension, or was something heavy shifting its weight on it? Then, around what must have been 3 in the morning, the nadir of the night, the hour when everything feels colder, darker, more sinister, we heard it again. Not tapping this time. Scratching. A faint, dry, whispery sound, like brittle twigs being dragged across metal. It came from the main door low down, right near the step where the footprints ended. Scritch, scratch, scrape. I stopped breathing. Arthur's grip on my hand became painful. The sound was tentative, exploratory, yet undeniably deliberate. It wasn't an animal, it lacked the frantic energy of a raccoon or the rhythmic gnawing of a smaller creature. This felt methodical. Testing. My gaze flickered to the piece of firewood Arthur had wedged under the handle. It seemed laughably inadequate, a child's defense against the monsters under the bed. The scratching continued for perhaps a minute, a nerve-shredding eternity, then stopped. Silence flooded back in, heavier than before, pregnant with the knowledge that something was right there, just beyond the thin metal skin of the door. We remained frozen, listening. Minutes stretched into an unbearable tautness. Just as I was beginning to hope, to pray, that it had gone, it happened. The door handle, it didn't rattle or shake violently. It simply turned. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, maybe a quarter of an inch downwards, then stopped. A silent, terrifying pressure. A choked gasp escaped my lips. Arthur made a low sound in his throat, pulling me closer. There was no accompanying sound, no click of the lock mechanism giving way, thank God for the deadbolt, but the implication was horrifying. It was trying the handle. Gently, patiently, as if it knew locks, knew doors, knew how they worked. As if it expected to get in. It didn't try again. The handle remained still. But the knowledge that it had tried, that the barrier had been tested, however subtly, was enough. Whatever was outside wasn't just a passive anomaly. It had intent. It wanted in. The rest of the night was agony. We didn't move from the bench, didn't dare make a sound. Every shadow seemed to pulse with unseen life. Every normal night sound became suspect. Was the heater's hum masking faint footsteps? Was the sigh of the wind covering a whisper? We were trapped in a state of vigilant paralysis, waiting for the dawn, praying it would come, praying that whatever was outside would retreat with the darkness. Finally, agonizingly slowly, the first hint of gray light began to dilute the blackness outside. It wasn't sunrise yet, just the promise of it, but it felt like a lifeline. As the visibility increased, revealing the snow-covered ground, my eyes immediately sought out the footprints. They were still there, unchanged, leading from the woods, stopping at our door. Whatever had scratched and turned the handle had left no new marks, no indication of its presence other than the lingering terror it had inflicted upon us. Okay, Arthur whispered, his voice hoarse. Okay, it's light enough. We're leaving. Now. There was no argument, no hesitation. We moved with a frantic, silent urgency. No packing, no tidying, just grabbing our coats, wallets, keys. Arthur didn't even bother removing the firewood bracing the door. He just yanked the deadbolt and pulled the door open, peering out cautiously before stepping outside. I followed close behind, my heart hammering against my ribs. The cold air hit like a slap. The world was gray and silent, the snow pristine except for those horrifying tracks and our own prints from the day before. Arthur scrambled into the driver's seat, fumbling the keys into the ignition. For one heart-stopping moment, the engine just clicked, a weak, pathetic sound that sent a fresh wave of panic through me. No, come on, Arthur muttered, turning the key again. The engine roared to life, shattering the stillness. The sound felt both wonderfully powerful and dangerously loud, announcing our departure to the silent woods, to whatever might be watching. Arthur didn't waste a second. He slammed the RV into gear, tires spinning slightly on the packed snow, before finding purchase. We lurched forward, turning sharply away from the pull-off, back onto the service road. I didn't look back, couldn't bear to. I kept my eyes fixed forward, scanning the trees flanking the narrow road, expecting I don't know what. A figure stepping out, bare footprints matching our speed alongside us. There was nothing. Just the trees, the snow, the endless, unnerving quiet. The drive out was tense, the miles crawling by. Every shadow seemed menacing, every fallen branch a potential obstacle. But we saw no one, heard nothing but the sound of our engine and the crunch of snow under the tires. When we finally reached the slightly larger county road, then eventually a plowed state highway, the relief was immense, but fragile. It felt less like an escape and more like a temporary reprieve. We didn't stop driving until we were hundreds of miles away, back in the familiar landscape of suburban sprawl, surrounded by the comforting, mundane noise of traffic and civilization. We checked into a motel needing solid walls and the proximity of other people around us. We never talked about what it could have been. The subject was too raw, too terrifyingly inexplicable. We sold the Wanderer shortly after. The idea of being enclosed in that small space, potentially isolated somewhere remote ever again, was unbearable. Arthur, my sturdy, practical Arthur, developed a distinct aversion to camping, to forests, even to heavy snowfall. My name is Mildred Peabody, and though years have passed, I still sometimes wake in the dead of night, my heart pounding, the image burned into my memory, a single set of bare footprints, stark against the white snow, marching out of the dark woods near Nahantec State Forest and stopping. Just stopping, inches from our door, as if the walker had simply vanished, or worse, passed straight through. A visitor who left no trace but impossible tracks and a permanent, chilling echo in our minds. We never went back. We never will. Never again. My name is Percival Finchley. Yeah, I know. Sounds like something out of a dusty, old British novel, doesn't it? Truth is, my folks were Anglophiles, bless their hearts. Me, I'm about as American as apple pie and unpaid medical bills. Grew up in Ohio, went to state college, got a decent but soul-crushingly dull job crunching numbers for an insurance firm in Cleveland. The highlight of my week used to be arguing with the vending machine about whether it actually gave me my Snickers bar. Excitement wasn't exactly my middle name. Maybe that's why I started doing it, the driving, I mean. Getting away. It wasn't about grand destinations or seeing the sights. It was about the leaving, pointing my beat, up Ford said and affectionately nicknamed the Rust Bucket, towards the edge of the map and just going. I craved the silence, the feeling of shedding the city skin, the low hum of the tires on asphalt turning into the crunch of gravel on roads most people forgot existed. I wasn't a survivalist, not really. I had a decent tent, a sleeping bag rated for colder weather than I usually encountered, a cooler full of sandwiches and cheap beer, and a stack of paperback thrillers. My goal wasn't to conquer nature, it was to let it swallow me for a weekend, to feel insignificant in the grand scheme of towering trees and star-dusted skies. It recalibrated me, somehow, made Monday morning feel slightly less like a death sentence. This particular trip, late last autumn, felt different from the start. Maybe it was the way the leaves were turning a more fiery, almost violent palette of reds and oranges than usual. Or perhaps it was the itch under my skin, a restlessness that the usual weekend jaunts hadn't quite scratched. I wanted to go further, find somewhere truly untouched. I spent a Thursday evening hunched over a collection of old state maps I'd bought at a flea market, tracing routes with my finger looking for the thinnest, most neglected looking lines snaking into the vast state forests down south. That's how I found it County Road 47B. It wasn't even dignified with a name, just a number and a letter branching off a slightly less obscure state route. On the map, it looked like a tentative little thread diving headfirst into a solid block of green representing thousands of acres of dense woodland. Perfect. Friday afternoon, I called in sick. A sudden, entirely fictional bout of food poisoning packed the Rust Bucket and hit the highway. The city smog gave way to rolling hills, then dense forests crowding the roadside. 3 hours south, I turned onto the state road, the asphalt already showing signs of neglect, cracks spider webbing across the surface. Another hour, and I saw the sign for 47B. If you could call it a sign, it was wooden, weather-beaten. Half hidden by overgrown bushes, the paint faded almost to invisibility. The road itself was barely more than a dirt track, 2 ruts carved into the earth, disappearing immediately into a tunnel of autumnal foliage. It looked less like a road and more like the forest was trying to reclaim it. My heart gave a little thump of excitement. This was it. The going was slow. Branches scraped against the car's paintwork with screeching complaints. The rust bucket groaned over potholes deep enough to swallow a small dog. The canopy overhead was so thick that even in the late afternoon, the light filtering through was dim, dappled, and slightly eerie. I hadn't seen another car, another person, since turning off the main highway. No houses, no mailboxes, no power lines. Just trees, endless trees, crowding in, pressing close. The air grew heavy, silent except for the protesting engine and the scrape of wood on metal. My phone had lost signal ages ago. This was the isolation I craved, yet there was a prickle on the back of my neck. A sense of being watched. No, that was ridiculous. Just the silence getting to me. After maybe 5 minutes of crawling along 47B, the trees suddenly fell away on my left. It wasn't a huge space, maybe 50 yards across, a shallow bowl carpeted in dry grass and fallen leaves, ringed by the imposing wall of the forest. A small, sluggish stream trickled along the far edge. It felt secluded, sheltered, perfect. It was getting towards dusk, the sun already dipping below the tree line on the western side, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges. I pulled the rust bucket into the clearing, the engine noise seeming obscenely loud in the sudden stillness, and cut the ignition. Silence rushed in. Absolute, profound silence, broken only by the faint gurgle of the stream and the ticking of the cooling engine. I got out, stretched, breathing in the cool, damp air. It smelled of earth, decaying leaves, and something elsey, something wild and musky, like a den animal but faint, almost imaginary. I shook my head. Overactive imagination purse. Setting up camp was routine. Tent up, sleeping bag unrolled, cooler accessible. I cracked open a beer and sat on the hood of the car, watching the last sliver of sun disappear. The woods across the clearing darkened, the spaces between the trees filling with impenetrable shadow. The stars began to prick through the deepening twilight, cold and distant. It was beautiful, undeniably, peaceful. But that faint prickle of unease hadn't entirely faded. I told myself it was just the sheer remoteness. It's natural to feel a little exposed when you're this far out, completely alone. The first night passed uneventfully. I read for a while by flashlight, the beam cutting a lonely cone in the vast darkness, the rustle of pages seeming unnaturally loud. Sleep came eventually, deep and dreamless. I woke with the sun, made coffee on my little camping stove, and spent the day exploring the immediate area around the clearing. I followed the stream for a mile or so, pushing through thick undergrowth, careful not to get turned around. The woods were deep, ancient feeling. Huge, gnarled trees dripped with moss, their roots like grasping claws sunk deep into the earth. There were no trails, no signs of human passage, no discarded wrappers, no fire rings, nothing. Just me and the woods. It was exactly what I'd wanted. And yet that feeling persisted. A low hum of anxiety beneath the surface. I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often than usual, scanning the dense foliage, half expecting, I don't know what. As the second evening drew in, the feeling intensified. The woods seemed darker, the shadows deeper. The silence felt heavier, charged with unspoken tension. I built a small campfire this time, needing the flicker of light and the crackle of burning wood to push back the encroaching dark. The flames cast dancing shadows that writhed and twisted at the edge of the clearing, making the tree line seem alive, watchful. I ate my sandwich quickly, drank a couple of beers, but the usual sense of relaxation wouldn't come. Every snap of a twig in the woods, every hoot of a distant owl made me jump. I felt exposed, vulnerable, a tiny speck of anxious humanity in a vast, indifferent wilderness. I told myself I was being stupid, spooked by shadows and solitude. Eventually, I doused the fire thoroughly, the sudden plunge into near, total darkness amplifying my unease, and retreated to the relative safety of my tent. Zipping it shut felt like pulling up the blankets against the monster under the bed. Pathetic, really. I lay there for a long time listening. The night sounds of the forest, usually a soothing symphony, seemed off-key, somehow menacing. The wind whispered through the branches with a voice that sounded almost like words. Sibilant, incomprehensible whispers just at the edge of hearing. I squeezed my eyes shut, forcing myself to breathe slowly, evenly. It's just the wind, purse. Just your idiot brain playing tricks on you. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. It felt like only minutes later, though the moon had climbed high in the sky, casting a pale, ghostly light over the clearing when I woke up. Instantly, fully awake. The reason was mundane enough, nature called urgently. With a groan, I fumbled for the zipper, the metallic rasp sounding like a gunshot in the stillness. I needed to step outside, find a spot near the edge of the trees. Unzipping the tense small mesh window flap to peek out first, check the lay of the land, I peered into the moonlit clearing. My gaze drifted towards the tree line, the boundary between the open space and the deep woods, directly opposite my tent. The moonlight filtered through the canopy, creating a complex tapestry of light and shadow among the leaves and branches. And that's when I saw it, for just a second, a heartbeat. Nestled amongst the tangled branches, part of the pattern of leaves and bark, yet hideously distinct. A face. It wasn't human. Not even close. The proportions were nightmarishly wrong. Eyes huge, round, and black as pitch, reflecting the pale moonlight with a dead, flat luminescence. They were spaced too far apart, giving it an alien, predatory look. Below them, a mouth stretched far too wide, a lipless slash across the lower half of the face, filled with what looked like rows of needle, sharp points, or perhaps jagged, broken wood. There was no nose to speak of, just flat, rough plains. And the skin, dear God, the skin. It wasn't skin, not really. It was textured like the coarse, gnarled bark of an ancient oak, ridged and furrowed, its color a perfect mimicry of the surrounding wood and decaying leaves, mottled browns, greens and grays. It blended so seamlessly, so utterly perfectly with the foliage, that if I hadn't been looking directly at it, if my eyes hadn't caught that brief, dead gleam of moonlight on those abyssal orbs, I would never have registered it as a face at all. It was camouflage elevated to a terrifying art form. I blinked. A single, involuntary spasm of disbelief and horror. My breath hitched in my throat. In that instant, that fraction of a second it took for my eyelids to snap open again, it was gone. Vanished. There was only the tree line, the intricate play of moonlight and shadow on leaves and bark. Nothing else. But I knew what I'd seen. The image was burned onto my retinas, a searing afterimage of unnatural angles and dead, black eyes. My bladder suddenly forgotten. Raw terror clamped down on me, cold and absolute. Gone, or just blended back in. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I stared, wide-eyed, at the spot where it had been desperately scanning the shadows, the patterns of bark and leaf, searching for any sign, any misplaced line or unnatural curve. Nothing. It was just the woods, except it wasn't. The certainty settled deep in my gut, cold and heavy as lead. It hadn't left. It was still there, perfectly hidden, camouflaged. Watching me, the idyllic clearing was suddenly a cage, the silent woods an impending threat, and I was trapped in the middle of it, alone, with something that wore the forest as its skin. The feeling of being watched wasn't paranoia anymore. It was horrifying reality. Never again, I thought, the words of frantic prayer in my mind. I would never, ever leave the beaten path again. If I ever got off this godforsaken road, the night was far from over. I remained frozen, kneeling by the tent flap, my hand still clutching the zipper. The urge to relieve myself had vanished, replaced by an icy, paralyzing fear that locked my muscles and stole the air from my lungs. My eyes, wide and unblinking, were glued to the spot in the tree line where the face had materialized and dematerialized in the same horrifying instant. It was still just trees, bathed in the cold, indifferent light of the moon. Leaves rustled faintly, branches swayed slightly. Nothing moved that shouldn't, but the certainty that it was there, nestled within that natural camouflage, observing me with those huge, black, dead eyes, was absolute. It pressed down on me, a physical weight suffocating me within the thin nylon walls of my tent. How long did I stay like that? Minutes, an hour. Time lost all meaning, stretching and distorting in the grip of terror. My mind raced, replaying the image over and over, the bark like skin, the impossibly wide mouth, the soulless eyes. It wasn't an animal, not like any animal I'd ever seen or read about. It was something else. Something ancient, perhaps, something that belonged to the deep woods in a way humans never could. Something that knew how to hide in plain sight. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, I lowered myself back down, sinking onto my sleeping bag. My movements felt sluggish, clumsy, as if moving through thick water. I couldn't bring myself to zip the window flap closed completely, leaving a tiny slit through which I could peer out, compelled by a morbid need to keep watch. Even though I knew, I wouldn't see it unless it wanted me to. The mesh offered pathetic protection, I knew, but it was something. The night crawled by. Every sound outside the tent became magnified, distorted by fear. A twig snapping sounded like a gunshot. The wind sighing through the pines became that sibilant, almost speech I'd heard earlier, whispering secrets I couldn't comprehend, but felt were directed squarely at me. An owl hooted nearby, and I nearly screamed, imagining the sound twisting, morphing into something else, something guttural and mocking. Was it mimicking the forest sounds? Or were the forest sounds mimicking it? My bladder began to ache again, a dull throb demanding attention. But the thought of unzipping the tent fully, of stepping out into the moonlit clearing, was inconceivable. I imagined the face silently detaching itself from the trees, moving with unnatural speed across the grass, its bark skin rasping against the ground. Would it be tall? Short? Would it move on 2 legs or 4? My mind conjured horrifying possibilities, each worse than the last. I was trapped, besieged by an enemy I couldn't see but could feel with every fiber of my being. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hand shaking so badly it took 3 tries to switch it on. The beam cut through the tent's interior, casting stark shadows. Pointing it towards the mesh window felt like painting a target on myself, but I couldn't bear the darkness anymore. I swept the beam across the tree line, the light catching on leaves, trunks, branches, revealing nothing but wood and shadow, but the light felt inadequate, feeble, as if the darkness beyond its reach was deeper, more profound than it should be. Was the face receding from the light, or was it simply adapting, its camouflage shifting to accommodate the artificial glare? At one point I heard it, a faint scrape against the side of the tent, near the back, like rough bark being dragged across nylon. My blood ran cold. I snapped the flashlight beam around, aiming it through the fabric. Nothing. The sound stopped instantly. Silence descended again, heavier than before. Had I imagined it? Was it just a branch brushing against the tent in the breeze? But there was no breeze right then. The air was utterly still. I sat rigid, listening, every nerve ending screaming. Nothing. Only the frantic thumping of my own heart. I tried to rationalize. Sleep deprivation. Stress. Some weird shadow play mixed with an overactive imagination fueled by isolation and too many thriller novels. Maybe it was a strangely shaped burl on a tree trunk, or fungus, catching the moonlight in a peculiar way. My logical mind desperately threw up these possibilities, but the sheer wrongness of the face I'd seen, the visceral horror it evoked, shot them down one by one. The detail was too sharp, the memory too vivid. The feeling of being watched was too persistent, too real. It wasn't in my head. It was out there. Hours passed in this state of hyper-vigilant terror. I huddled in my sleeping bag, flashlight clutched in a death grip, eyes flicking constantly towards the window slit, ears straining against the silence. The moon tracked its slow path across the sky, the shadows shifting, elongating, creating new and terrifying shapes in the woods. Each new configuration seemed to hold the potential for that face to reappear. Finally, the oppressive blackness began to soften. A faint, pearly gray light seeped into the eastern sky, slowly diluting the darkness. Dawn. Relief washed over me, so potent it almost buckled my knees. But it was closely followed by a new wave of dread. Daylight would make it harder for it to hide, surely. Or would it simply reveal its presence more clearly? Would I look out and see it standing there, fully revealed in the morning light? As the gray turned to pale blue and the first rays of sun pierced through the trees, painting the clearing in weak, watery light, I forced myself to look properly. I crawled back to the window, peered through the mesh. The tree line opposite looked normal. Just trees. Dense, silent, ancient trees dripping with morning dew that sparkled in the nascent sunlight. There was no monstrous face staring back at me. No sign of disturbance. The spot where I'd seen it looked completely ordinary. But the feeling hadn't entirely gone. The woods still felt watchful, oppressive. The relief of the sunrise was tainted by the knowledge of what the darkness had hidden, what it might still be hiding. Could it camouflage itself even in daylight? The bark like skin suggested it could. There was no question of staying. No coffee, no packing things neatly away. Survival instinct had kicked in, overriding everything else. Get out, now. My movements were frantic, clumsy. I stuffed the sleeping bag into its sack with trembling hands, collapsing the tent poles with jerky, inefficient motions. Every few seconds I'd stop, heart pounding, and scan the tree line, searching for any flicker of unnatural movement, any shape that didn't belong. The woods remained still, impassive. Silent judges to my panicked retreat. I shoved the collapsed tent and the sleeping bag into the trunk of the rust bucket, not bothering to fold or arrange anything. I tossed the cooler in after them, the remaining beers and uneaten food sloshing around inside. Get in the car. Lock the doors. Drive, that was the mantra repeating in my head. As I reached for the driver's side door, I noticed something. On the dusty hood of the car, right near the windshield on the passenger side, were marks. Not scratches, exactly. More like shallow gouges. 3 parallel lines, rough, edged, as if something hard and sharp had pressed down and dragged slightly. They hadn't been there yesterday. My blood froze. They looked disturbingly like marks that could have been made by something trying to get a grip, or perhaps tapping. Testing, near where I'd been sleeping. That scraping sound. It hadn't been my imagination. It had been here, at the car, right outside my thin layer of nylon protection. Panic surged, raw and overwhelming. I fumbled the keys, dropped them, snatched them up again, jammed the key into the lock, wrenched the door open, and threw myself inside, slamming it shut and mashing the lock button. My breath came in ragged gasps. I jammed the key into the ignition, twisted it hard. The engine turned over. Once, twice, and no. No, I whimpered, tears of sheer terror pricking at my eyes. I tried again. Rar cough.
Nothing? Flooded.
Battery? Or something else? Had it done something? The thought sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. I gave the gas pedal a pump, turned the key again, praying to any deity that might be listening in this godforsaken place.
We're home!
The engine caught, roaring to life, the sound echoing across the clearing like a declaration of war. Or perhaps a desperate plea for escape. Without a second thought, I slammed the gear stick into reverse, stomped on the accelerator, and shot backwards, tires spitting gravel. I spun the wheel, wrenching the car around, pointing its nose towards the barely visible track of County Road 47B. I didn't look back at the clearing. I didn't dare. The drive back along that wretched track was pure torture. I drove faster than I should have, the rust bucket bouncing and groaning over the ruts, branches screeching against the sides like angry claws. My eyes flicked constantly between the road ahead and the rearview mirror, terrified of seeing that bark, like face staring back from the dusty rear window, or glimpsing a figure keeping pace with the car, flitting effortlessly between the trees just beyond the roadside. The woods felt suffocating, pressing in, watching my retreat. Was it following? Or was it content to let me go, knowing it had planted a seed of terror that would haunt me forever? It felt like an eternity, but eventually, miraculously, the woods began to thin slightly. And then I saw the faded, dilapidated sign marking the junction with the state route, civilization, or at least the edge if I didn't slow down, bumping hard onto the cracked asphalt of the slightly wider road, turning sharply, heading away from 47B as fast as the rust bucket could manage. Only when I'd put several miles between myself and that turn, off did the adrenaline begin to subside, leaving me shaky, nauseous, and utterly drained. I pulled over onto the shoulder, the engine idling roughly, and just sat there, gripping the steering wheel, staring blankly ahead. The sun was higher now, the day deceptively bright and normal, but nothing felt normal anymore. The world felt thinner, the barrier between the mundane and the monstrous terrifyingly fragile. I had driven down a less traveled road looking for solitude, and I had found something else entirely. Something ancient, something terrifying, something that watched from the woods. And I knew with chilling certainty that seeing it once meant I would forever be looking for it in every shadow, in every rustle of leaves, for the rest of my life. The clearing was behind me, but the face in the foliage, I had a horrifying feeling I'd taken that home with me. The miles dissolved beneath the rust bucket's wheels, but the gnawing terror remained firmly lodged in my passenger seat. Every tree lining the highway seemed suspect, every clump of bushes a potential hiding place. I flinched whenever a large truck cast a sudden shadow over my car. Pulling into a brightly lit, offensively cheerful gas station felt like breaching the surface after nearly drowning. I filled the tank, hands still trembling slightly, avoiding eye contact with the bored teenager behind the counter. Surrounded by the mundane artifacts of normal life, candy bars, lottery tickets, celebrity gossip magazines, the horror I'd experienced felt simultaneously distant and more terrifyingly real. How could this world exist alongside that? How could people pump gas and buy coffee, completely oblivious to the things that hid just beyond the manicured edges of their reality? I drove straight through, powered by cheap coffee and pure adrenaline, needing the familiar drabness of Cleveland like a drowning man needs air. But when I finally pulled into my parking spot outside my apartment building, the sense of relief was disappointingly absent. My apartment, usually a refuge of bland neutrality, felt alien. The door seemed flimsy, the windows too large. Inside, I drew all the blinds, the afternoon light plunging the rooms into gloomy twilight. I checked the locks on the door twice, 3 times, then the windows. I walked through the small space, touching familiar objects, the worn armchair, the dusty bookshelf, the cheap Ica print on the wall, trying to ground myself. But the feeling of wrongness persisted. It felt contaminated, somehow. As if by simply being me, the person who had seen the face, I had brought a sliver of that deep, woods dread back with me. Sleep, when it finally came hours later, after I'd fortified myself with whiskey I rarely drank, was no escape. It offered only vivid, looping nightmares. I was back in the tent, the bark, skin face pressing against the mesh, its dead eyes staring directly into mine. Or I was running through an endless forest, the sound of scraping bark close behind me, my legs heavy, useless. I'd wake up gasping, drenched in sweat, heart pounding, convinced for a terrifying moment that the rustling leaves outside my city window were the same leaves that had hidden it. The days that followed were a blur of anxiety and exhaustion. At work, the numbers swam before my eyes. My colleagues' cheerful chatter seemed impossibly loud and meaningless. I jumped at loud noises, snapped irritably at small provocations. My boss called me in, concerned about my haggard appearance and plummeting productivity. I mumbled something about the lingering effects of food poisoning. He didn't look convinced. Did I try to tell anyone? Once, I called my sister, Sarah. We weren't incredibly close, but she was sensible, grounded. I started haltingly, trying to explain about the trip, the clearing, the feeling of being watched. When I got to the part about the face in the trees, my voice choked up. I described it: the eyes, the mouth, the bark skin. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Then, carefully, cautiously, she asked if I'd been sleeping well lately, if work was stressful, if maybe I should consider talking to someone, professionally. Her voice was full of concern, but it was the kind of concern you reserve for someone you think is losing their grip. I saw my experience reflected in her reaction: a delusion, a stress-induced hallucination, a sign of a breakdown. I mumbled something noncommittal and ended the call. The isolation felt crushing. I was alone with this knowledge, this terror. In the weeks that followed, I became obsessed. I spent hours online, hunched over my laptop, searching for anything related to the state forest I'd visited. Local folklore, missing persons reports, strange sightings. I trawled obscure forums dedicated to cryptozoology and the paranormal. Nothing. No legends of tree, men, no whispers of bark, skinned watchers in those specific woods. The lack of any corroborating evidence was almost worse than finding something. It fed the doubt, the fear that maybe Sarah was right, that maybe the cracks weren't in the world, but in my own mind. But then I'd remember the clarity of the sighting, the sheer primal terror, and the gouges on the hood of my car. Ah, yes, the gouges. I hadn't washed the rust bucket since I got back. Every time I walked past it, my eyes were drawn to those 3 parallel marks on the hood. They were undeniably real, physical proof that something had touched my car. Something hard and rough, edged. I ran my fingers over them sometimes. The shallow grooves a tactile link back to that night. I didn't try to fix them. They were a scar, a reminder. Never again. My former love for the outdoors curdled into a profound phobia. The sight of trees clustered together, even in city parks, made my breath catch. I avoided walking near dense shrubbery. At night, I kept my blinds tightly shut, unable to shake the feeling that something might be looking in. The rustling of leaves in the wind was no longer soothing. It was a potential threat. The adventurous spirit that had led me to seek out less, traveled roads was dead, replaced by a clinging need for concrete, streetlights, and the noise of crowds. I, Percival Finchley, seeker of solitude, had become afraid of the quiet, terrified of the dark spaces beyond the reach of electric light. Did it follow me? Logically, I knew it was unlikely. I was miles away, back in the heart of the city, but logic had taken a severe beating out in those woods. Sometimes, late at night, I'd hear faint scratching sounds from outside my window, probably just branches from the sycamore tree on the sidewalk. I told myself. Probably. Sometimes in the dead of night, I'd wake up with that intense, prickling sensation of being watched, even in my locked apartment, miles from any forest. I'd lie there, rigid, straining my ears, eyes wide in the darkness, until the feeling eventually passed. Or until I convinced myself it had. I never went back to that part of the state, needless to say. I eventually sold the rust bucket. Gouges and all, I couldn't stand looking at them anymore. I even requested a transfer at work, moving to a bigger city, somewhere flatter, somewhere with fewer trees, hoping distance would dull the memory. It hasn't, not really. I never found any answers. I don't know what I saw in the tree line that night. A creature unknown to science. A spirit of the woods. A manifestation of something darker, more elemental. Maybe it doesn't matter what it was. What matters is that it exists, and that I saw it. It shattered my comfortable perception of the world, revealed the terrifyingly thin veil between the known and the profoundly, monstrously unknown. Some roads are less traveled for a reason. Some places hold secrets that are best left undisturbed. I went looking for quiet insignificance in the face of nature, and I found it, but not in the way I expected. I learned that true isolation isn't about being alone. It's about encountering something so fundamentally alien that it isolates you from your own understanding of reality. I blinked, and it was gone. But it never really left. It's there in the corner of my eye, in the darkness behind the closet door, in the rustling leaves of every tree I pass. It's the face in the foliage, and it's watching. Always watching. Never again. That was the promise I made myself in the clearing. It's the rule I live by now. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind whispers past my window, I wonder if never again is truly up to me. My name is Prudence Farley. Most folks call me Prue. It's a name I've always felt was a bit too buttoned up for me, a bit too prim and proper for someone who feels most alive with dirt under her fingernails and the scent of pine needles in her hair. My partner, Mark Ashton, finds it endlessly amusing. He says it suits my cautious side, the part of me that checks the locks, and always packs an extra first aid kit. Maybe he's right. Maybe that inherent caution is why what happened in Chenipsit State Forest burrowed so deep under my skin. Why it still makes the hairs on my arms stand on end when I let my mind drift back there. We'd planned the trip for months. Mark, ever the enthusiast for escaping the city hum, had meticulously researched campsites, poring over maps and online reviews. Chenipsit, nestled in the rolling hills of Connecticut, promised dense woods, decent trails, and relative seclusion. We weren't hardcore backpackers. Comfort was still a priority. That's why we had the Wanderer, our trusty, if slightly aging, Class C recreational vehicle. It wasn't fancy, but it was ours, a little home on wheels, equipped with everything we thought we needed for a week away from civilization. A kitchenette, a surprisingly comfortable bed over the cab, a tiny bathroom, and, crucially, locks on the doors and windows that click shut with a satisfying thud. Our little metal shell against the wilderness. We arrived on a crisp Tuesday in late September. The autumn foliage was just beginning to turn, speckling the dominant green canopy with splashes of fiery orange and vibrant yellow. The air was cool and clean, carrying the earthy scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. We found our designated spot easily enough, a decently level patch surrounded by towering oaks and maples, set back a bit from the main camp road. It felt perfect, isolated but not too isolated. We could hear the distant murmur of other campers sometimes, a comforting reminder that we weren't entirely alone in the vast woods. The first couple of days were idyllic, exactly what we'd hoped for. We hiked during the day, navigating trails marked by faded blue blazes on tree trunks, marveling at the quiet grandeur of the forest. We'd return to the Wanderer in the late afternoon, tired but content, cook simple meals on the propane stove, read books, play cards, and listen to the gentle sounds of the woods settling down for the night. We were meticulous about security. Every time we left the RV, even just for a short walk around the campsite loop, the main door was locked, the deadbolt thrown, the windows were latched shut. It was habit ingrained from years of city living, perhaps, but reinforced by the simple desire to keep our small space secure from critters, both four-legged and potentially two-legged. The strangeness began subtly, almost imperceptibly, on the third morning. I woke up craving coffee, the ritual that kickstarts my day. I padded over to the small counter in my socks, reaching for my favorite mug. It was a heavy ceramic one, a deep forest green, a gift from my sister years ago. It wasn't valuable, not in a monetary sense, but it was my mug, the one I always used. It wasn't on the drying rack where I'd left it the night before. It wasn't on the counter. It wasn't in the small sink. Mark, I called over to the lump still cocooned in blankets above the cab. Did you move my green mug? A muffled groan.
Huh. No. Why?
It's not here. I opened the small cabinet above the sink, peering into the jumble of plates and other mugs. Not there. I checked the tiny dinette table. Nothing. I even crouched down and looked under the table and seats, my initial annoyance slowly morphing into confusion. Mark, now slightly more awake, swung his legs down. You sure you washed it last night? Positive, I said, straightening up. I washed it, rinsed it, and put it right there. I pointed the empty spot on the foldable drying rack. Where it always goes. We spent a good 10 minutes searching the confined space of the RV. It wasn't large. There weren't many places something could hide. We checked the bathroom, the storage compartments under the benches, the overhead bins, even the driver's cab area. The mug was gone, vanished. Maybe. Mark offered, scratching his head, maybe when you put it on the rack, it wasn't balanced, and it fell during the night. Rolled somewhere weird. We looked again, more thoroughly this time, peering into every nook and cranny, under the pedals and the gap between the seats and the wall. Nothing. It was perplexing, irritating, but ultimately, we chalked it up to, well, you know what. RVs shift. Things can fall into unexpected places. I used a different mug, feeling vaguely unsettled, the absence of my familiar green ceramic a small, dissonant note in the morning's harmony. Importantly, the RV door had been locked all night. The windows were latched. Neither of us had left. Later that day, we went for a longer hike, tackling a steeper trail that led to a scenic overlook. Before leaving, we did our usual routine, secured loose items, latched the fridge, and locked the main door and deadbolt. The hike was strenuous but rewarding, the view from the top breathtaking. We returned a few hours later, sweaty and ready for a rest. Mark kicked off his hiking boots just inside the door as always. His right boot, then his left. Except his left wasn't there. "Hey, seriously, Prue, where'd you put my other boot?" he asked, half laughing, hopping on one foot. "I didn't touch your boots," I said, already feeling a prickle of unease return. "You just took them off." "I took off the right one," he insisted. I went to take off the left, and it's not on my foot. This was absurd. We both stared at his socked left foot, then scanned the small floor area by the door. There was only one boot, the right one. We searched the RV again, this time with a growing sense of bewilderment, rather than just annoyance. Where could a muddy size 11 hiking boot possibly go inside a locked RV in the few seconds between Mark thinking he had it on and realizing he didn't? It made no sense. We checked under the seats again, pulled out the storage bins, looked in the bathroom, the overhead bunk. Nothing, it was gone. Vanished just like my mug. "This is weird," Mark finally said, his voice low. He wasn't laughing anymore. "Really weird. We locked the door when we left, right?" I asked, needing the confirmation. "Of course," he said immediately. "Double-checked it. You watched me." I had. I always did. We spent the rest of the afternoon in a subdued state. The missing boot was a much bigger inconvenience than the mug. Mark couldn't exactly hike in one boot. We tried to rationalize it. Could an animal have somehow darted in the split second the door was open when we returned? Unlikely. We would have seen it. Could one of us have absent-mindedly kicked it into some impossible corner? We'd searched everywhere. The logical explanations were drying up, leaving behind a residue of something uncomfortable, something unnatural. The feeling of our secure little haven being breached, somehow, without force, without logic, began to creep in. The woods outside the windows seemed darker that evening, the shadows deeper, the silence more profound, pressing in on the thin metal walls of the wanderer. We double-checked the locks again before turning in, the familiar click sounding less reassuring than usual. Sleep didn't come easy that night. Every creak of the RV settling, every rustle of leaves outside, every distant snap of a twig sounded amplified, sinister. Mark and I lay side by side in the overhead bunk, backs pressed against the cool outer walls, pretending to sleep but acutely aware of each other's tense stillness. The image of Mark's single hiking boot sitting forlornly by the door, its partner vanished into thin air from within our locked metal box, played on a loop in my mind. Logic had abandoned us, leaving only a gnawing, formless fear. What were we dealing with? How was this happening? The questions echoed in the suffocating silence, unanswered. Morning arrived not with the gentle diffusion of light, but with a gray, overcast sky that seemed to press down on the forest, muting the vibrant autumn colors we'd admired just days before. I slid down from the bunk, limbs stiff, eyes gritty from lack of sleep. My first instinct was to scan the small living area, a nervous habit already forming. My gaze swept past the counter, the sink, and then snapped back. Sitting squarely in the middle of the small dinette table, exactly where we'd eaten dinner last night, exactly where we had searched countless times yesterday, was my forest green ceramic mug. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. It wasn't relief that washed over me. It was a drenching, icy wave of dread. It looked so ordinary, so mundane, sitting there innocuously. But its presence was a screaming violation. It was back. It had been taken from inside a locked space, and now it was returned inside that same locked space, placed deliberately in plain sight. "Mark," I whispered, my voice hoarse. I didn't need to say more. He was already peering down from the bunk, his eyes wide, fixed on the mug. He scrambled down, landing softly on the floor beside me. We both stared at it, neither of us moving closer. "How Mark breathed," the word hanging in the air. We looked there. We know we looked there multiple times. I know. I said, feeling a tremor start in my hands. It wasn't there last night when we went to bed. No, definitely not. We approached the table cautiously, as if the mug itself might be trapped or dangerous. I reached out a hesitant finger and touched the cool ceramic. It was real, solid, just my ordinary mug. But its reappearance felt like a deliberate act, a calculated move in a game we didn't understand. It wasn't found, it was placed. The feeling was undeniable. Something had been inside the RV with us while we slept. Or something could bypass the locks entirely, entering and leaving at will, treating our secure space like its own personal playground. The thought sent a fresh cascade of chills down my spine. We didn't talk much as we forced down some breakfast. The coffee, even in my favorite mug, tasted bitter. The earlier explanation's carelessness, things rolling into odd corners, were now completely untenable. This was intentional. Someone or something was messing with us. The paranoia, which had been a faint prickle before, now settled over us like a heavy shroud. Every shadow seemed deeper, every unexplained noise a potential sign. Did that cabinet door tremble slightly? Was that scrape just the wind or something else? We started eyeing each other, unspoken questions hanging between us. Could one of us be doing this? Sleepwalking, a bizarre prank. But the idea felt flimsy, absurd. We knew each other too well. This felt external, invasive. The missing boot still weighed on our minds. Without it, hiking was off the table. We felt confined to the RV and its immediate vicinity, which only amplified the sense of being trapped. The woods, once inviting, now felt oppressive, watchful. We spent the morning reading, pretending to relax, but mostly just listening, jumping at every sound. Around lunchtime, I decided to grab the paperback. I'd been engrossed in a straightforward thriller, something to hopefully take my mind off things. I'd left it on the small shelf above the dinette seat the night before, tucked between a trail map and a bird guide. I remembered placing it there specifically. I reached for it, my fingers brushing against the map and finding empty space where the book should have been. No, I whispered, pulling the map and guide out completely. The shelf was empty. No, no, no. Mark looked up from his own book, saw the expression on my face. What is it? My book, I said, my voice rising slightly. The one I was reading. It's gone. This time the search was frantic, bordering on panicked. We tore the small space apart. We emptied cabinets, lifted cushions, checked the storage bins again, peered under the dashboard, shone flashlights into every dark corner. It was useless. The book, a standard-sized paperback with a bright yellow cover, had vanished just as completely as the mug and the boot had. Okay, this is it, Mark said, running his hands through his hair, his face pale. This isn't funny, it's not weird, it's something else. We need to think about leaving. I nodded, tears welling up, blurring my vision. Tears of fear and frustration. But how is this happening, Mark?
The door is locked.
The windows are latched. We were in here? He shook his head, looking around the RV as if seeing the walls closing in. I don't have an explanation, but I don't like it. It feels like we're being watched. Like something is playing with us. The feeling was mutual, a cold certainty settling in my stomach. We were toys in some unseen entity's game. It could take things at will, return them at will, all within the confines of our locked sanctuary. The sense of violation was profound. We spent the rest of the day on edge, barely speaking. The prospect of another night filled us both with dread. We talked vaguely about packing up, but the sheer strangeness of it all held us captive, a morbid curiosity warring with primal fear. What would disappear next? What would reappear? And where? As dusk began to settle, casting long, distorted shadows through the trees, Mark went to use the tiny bathroom. A moment later, I heard a sharp intake of breath, followed by a choked sound. Prue, he called out, his voice strained. We need to see this. I scrambled over, my heart pounding. I pushed open the bathroom door. Mark was standing there, pointing towards the floor next to the miniature toilet. Sitting there, upright, laces neatly tied, as if waiting patiently for its owner, was Mark's missing left hiking boot. It was positioned perfectly, almost formally. In the cramped space, a space we had definitely searched earlier when looking for the book. It hadn't been there an hour ago. We stared at it, mesmerized by the sheer audacity of its return. It wasn't just back, it was presented. Another move in the game. Another mocking gesture from our unseen tormentor. The relief that Mark could now hike again was instantly swallowed by a fresh wave of terror. It wasn't over. It was escalating. Whatever was doing this was becoming bolder, placing the returned objects in spots that were impossible to miss, making sure we understood the deliberate nature of its actions. Our locked RV wasn't a shield. It was the game board, and we were just pieces moved at the whim of an invisible hand. The air in the small space suddenly felt very, very cold. The sight of Mark's boot, sitting there so primly in the cramped bathroom, broke something inside me. The creeping dread solidified into stark terror. This wasn't random. This wasn't explainable. This was deliberate, intelligent, and utterly invasive. Whatever entity shared Schnipsit's state for us, this wasn't just observing. It was interacting, manipulating our environment, our belongings, and by extension, our minds. And it could get inside, anytime it wanted. The locks meant nothing. We're leaving. I said, my voice flat, devoid of inflection. The fear was so profound it had momentarily numbed me. Now, Mark didn't argue. He just nodded, his eyes still fixed on the boot, his knuckles white where he gripped the bathroom doorframe. Yeah, okay, now. But now meant packing in the dark, navigating the winding camp road at night, potentially drawing attention to ourselves if anyone else was still around. A small, treacherous part of my brain whispered about waiting until morning, about the irrationality of fleeing into the darkness. But the larger, primal part screamed that staying another minute in this violated space was unthinkable. The RV no longer felt like a sanctuary, it felt like a cage. And the zookeeper was unseen, unpredictable, and malicious. As Mark hastily pulled on the returned boot, avoiding looking too closely at it, I started throwing essentials into a duffel bag. Clothes, toiletries, wallets, phones. Forget the camping gear. Forget the food neatly organized in the cabinets. Just get the necessities. My hands shook as I zipped the bag shut. Night had fully descended, pressing against the RV windows like a physical weight. The cheerful sounds of crickets and owls we'd enjoyed earlier now seemed like a mocking symphony orchestrated by whatever lurked just outside, or perhaps already inside. We moved in near silence, our movements jerky and loud in the tense quiet. Every rustle of fabric, every clink of a zipper seemed to echo unnaturally. I did a final, fearful sweep of the main cabin area with my flashlight beam, checking we hadn't forgotten anything vital. The beam landed on the overhead bunk where we slept, illuminating the pillows, and my heart stopped. Lying flat on my pillow, stark against the dark blue fabric, was my missing paperback book. I gasped, stumbling back a step, colliding with Mark. Look, I choked out, pointing the trembling beam of light. He saw it. The book wasn't just placed there, it felt arranged. It was open, pages slightly ruffled, as if recently handled. And tucked between the pages, serving as an impromptu bookmark, was a single, dried, brown oak leaf. An oak leaf that could only have come from outside. An oak leaf that had somehow been brought inside our locked RV and placed within the pages of my book, which was then positioned on my pillow while we were mere feet away, wide awake with fear. It was the final, unbearable intimacy. The entity wasn't just moving our things, it was touching them, leaving its impossible signature. It knew which book was mine, which pillow I slept on. It had stood beside our bed. That was it. No more hesitation. Case, I snapped, shoving the duffel bag at Mark. Start the engine. Now, he didn't need telling twice. He lunged for the driver's seat, fumbling the keys into the ignition. The engine turning over sounded like a gunshot in the stillness. I threw the deadbolt on the main door one last time, a completely pointless gesture, I knew, but ingrained habit, and scrambled into the passenger seat. Go, I yelled, not caring who heard. Just drive. Mark slammed the RV into gear, and we lurched forward, tires spitting gravel. He didn't bother retracting the leveling jacks or securing anything we hadn't already bagged. We swayed violently as he navigated the narrow camp, rode far too fast, the headlights cutting a frantic tunnel through the oppressive darkness. Branches scraped along the sides of the Wanderer, like skeletal fingers trying to hold us back. I kept looking behind us, half expecting to see glowing eyes or a shadowy figure emerge from the trees, but there was only the blackness of the forest road, quickly swallowed by the night. Every shadow seemed to leap out. Every bend in the road promised some new horror. Was that flicker of movement just a deer, or something else pacing us through the trees? Was the sudden drop in temperature just the night air, or the presence drawing near again? My mind was a whirlwind of terror and adrenaline. It felt like an eternity, but eventually the bumpy camp road gave way to the smoother asphalt of the main park exit road. And then, finally, the blessed, anonymous sanctuary of the state highway. Mark didn't slow down. We drove for nearly an hour, the dense forest gradually thinning, giving way to houses with porch lights burning, then the brighter glow of small towns. Neither of us spoke. The only sounds were the roar of the engine and our own ragged breathing. We finally pulled into the glaring fluorescent safety of a 24-hour gas station plaza miles away from Connecticut. Mark cut the engine, and the sudden silence was deafening. We sat there for a long moment, the adrenaline slowly draining away, leaving behind a bone-deep exhaustion and a trembling residue of fear. What was that, Prue? Mark finally whispered, staring straight ahead through the windshield, his hands still clenched on the steering wheel. I shook my head, tears finally tracking hot paths down my cold cheeks. I don't know. I don't have a name for it. It wasn't a person. Not a normal person, anyway. We tried to piece it together, sitting there under the harsh lights. The specific items, seemingly chosen for their personal connection or inconvenience. The locked doors meaning nothing. The reappearances, deliberate and mocking. The final, chilling placement of the book in the leaf. There was no logical explanation. No signs of forced entry back at the campsite, not that we were going back to check. Nothing tangible stolen, except perhaps our peace of mind. We eventually booked a motel room for the night, unable to face sleeping in the RV, which now felt contaminated, haunted by the memory of that unseen presence. Sleeping was difficult, plagued by nightmares and the constant urge to check the cheap motel door lock. We drove home the next day in near silence, the unspoken trauma hanging heavy between us. We never went back to Connecticut State Forest. We sold the Wanderer a few months later. Neither of us could stand the thought of sleeping in it again, imagining what unseen hand might brush against us in the dark, what personal item might vanish only to reappear, placed carefully by something that defied locks and logic. I still don't know what happened in those woods. Was it a spirit, some strange forest entity, a bizarre localized phenomenon? All I know is that something was there, something ancient and intelligent, perhaps, and it took notice of us. It played its games, moving things, leaving its subtle, terrifying calling cards within our locked space, just to watch us unravel. Just to mess with us. It never harmed us physically, but the violation, the psychological intrusion, was profound. It left a scar, a constant low, level hum of anxiety that reminds me that locks aren't always enough, and that some spaces hold secrets that are best left undisturbed. Connecticut State Forest. Never again. My name is Jake Miller. Most folks around my neck of the woods know me as someone who finds solace where the pavement ends and the dirt begins. Ever since I was a kid growing up in rural Connecticut, the woods were my playground, my cathedral, my escape. I learned to read the signs, the bent twig that marked a deer trail, the specific chirp that meant a cardinal was nearby, the smell of pine needles warming in the afternoon sun. I respected the wilderness, understood its moods, its dangers, and its beauty, or at least I thought I did. Until that day at Salmon River State Forest. A day that stripped away the comfortable familiarity and replaced it with a cold, primal dread that lingers even now, years later. It was late September, that perfect cusp between the lingering warmth of summer and the crisp promise of autumn. The foliage hadn't quite turned into the fairy spectacle Connecticut is famous for, but the greens were deeper, richer, and the air had that clean, cool edge that makes you feel alive. My buddy, Mark Jensen, and I had planned this hike for weeks. Mark wasn't quite the woodsman I was, more of a city guy trying to reconnect with nature, but his enthusiasm was infectious, and frankly, I enjoyed the company. We weren't aiming for anything too strenuous, just a solid loop trail that promised some decent elevation and maybe a glimpse of the Salmon River itself. Glistening between the trees, we drove out in my Beat, a pickup truck, the radio playing classic rock, windows down, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves filling the cab as we got closer to the forest. There was nothing unusual about the morning, nothing to signal the profound wrongness that awaited us. We laughed, joked about work, debated the best place to grab pizza afterward. Standard pre-hike banter. We pulled into the small, gravel parking lot near one of the trailheads around 1 in the afternoon. There were only a couple of other cars, a reassuring sign that we wouldn't be bumping into crowds. Stepping out of the truck, the sounds of the forest washed over us, a symphony I knew by heart. Birds were engaged in their complex conversations. The cheerful chatter of chickadees, the insistent call of a blue jay staking its territory, the distant drumming of a woodpecker somewhere deep in the timber. Insects provided the percussion section, the lazy drone of bees exploring late, blooming wildflowers, the high, pitched whine of unseen bugs, the occasional rustle in the undergrowth hinting at scurrying chipmunks or squirrels. A gentle breeze whispered through the canopy, making the leaves dance and shimmer in the dappled sunlight filtering through the branches. It was perfectly, beautifully normal. The air smelled clean, earthy, tinged with the sweetness of pine sap. "All right, Miller, lead the way," Mark said, shouldering his backpack and adjusting his cap. "Try not to get us eaten by bears." I chuckled. "No promises. Jensen, just stay behind me if you see Yogi." We started down the marked trail, boots crunching rhythmically on the path, a mixture of packed earth, loose stones, and fallen leaves. The initial section was a gentle incline, winding through stands of oak, maple, and birch. Sunlight streamed down in golden shafts, illuminating patches of moss on fallen logs, and highlighting the delicate structures of ferns growing in the shade. We fell into a comfortable silence, punctuated only by our footsteps and the constant, reassuring chorus of the woods. I pointed out a few things to Mark, some interesting mushroom formations, the tracks of a raccoon near a muddy patch, the nest of a red-tailed hawk high in the branches of a skeletal oak. It felt good. Grounding. This was my element. We hiked for maybe an hour, maybe a little more. The trail had steepened slightly, and we were breathing a bit harder, but the rhythm was steady. We just reached a small crest, a spot where the trees thinned slightly, offering a partial view of the rolling hills beyond. We paused to catch our breath and take a swig of water. The birdsong seemed particularly loud here, a vibrant tapestry of calls and responses echoing through the trees. The insect buzz was a constant hum. The wind rustled the leaves above us. Everything was exactly as it should be. And then it wasn't. It wasn't gradual. It wasn't a fading away. It was instantaneous, like someone had thrown a giant switch, cutting off all power to the forest sound system. One moment, a cacophony of life. The next, absolute, profound, and utter silence. It was the most unnatural thing I have ever experienced. Not just quiet like a library or a padded room. This was a lack of sound. A void. The birdsong didn't just stop, it was gone, as if it had never existed. The omnipresent hum of insects vanished completely. Even the wind, which had been a constant presence, died instantly. No rustle of leaves, no creak of branches, nothing. Mark and I froze, water bottles halfway to our lips. We looked at each other, confusion warring with a sudden, sharp spike of alarm in our eyes. I opened my mouth to say something. "Did you hear that?" Or maybe, "What the hell?" But the sound didn't seem to carry properly. My own voice felt loud and simultaneously muffled, as if the air itself had turned thick and viscous, resisting the passage of sound waves. Mark just shook his head slowly, his eyes wide. He mouthed, "What is this?" The silence pressed in on us. It felt heavy, suffocating. It wasn't empty, it felt full, pregnant with unspoken tension. The air grew still and stagnant, lacking even the subtle movements you normally feel outdoors. It was like being encased in invisible gelatin. I became acutely aware of the beat of my own heart, thudding unnaturally loud against my ribs. I could hear the faint rush of blood in my ears, sounds usually drowned out by the world. My eyes scanned the surrounding woods frantically. Everything looked normal, yet subtly wrong. A squirrel halfway up an oak tree was frozen mid-scramble, its bushy tail rigid, its head cocked as if listening intently to the nothingness. A chipmunk perched on a rock near my feet was equally statue, like unmoving, unblinking. Even the leaves on the trees seemed unnaturally still, devoid of the usual gentle flutter. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting. Waiting for what? That was the question clawing its way up my throat, tightening my chest. This wasn't natural. Animals might go quiet if a predator is near, but not like this. Not everything. Not the wind. Not the insects. This felt coordinated, deliberate, orchestrated by something unseen. The feeling of being watched intensified, prickling the back of my neck. It wasn't the feeling of a nearby animal. It was larger, more pervasive, as if the woods themselves had gained a malevolent awareness and focused it directly on us. The silence stretched. Seconds crawled by like minutes. I glanced at my watch. Almost 5 minutes had passed, though it felt like an hour trapped in limbo. The pressure in my ears built, a dull ache accompanying the ringing silence. Panic began to bubble beneath my forced calm. My ingrained woodsman instincts were screaming danger, but there was nothing tangible to react to, just this overwhelming, oppressive absence of sound. Mark looked pale, his knuckles white where he gripped his water bottle. He kept darting his eyes around, mirroring my own unease. I forced myself to take a slow, deep breath, but the air felt thick and dead in my lungs. I wanted to run to break the spell, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. Every nerve ending was on high alert, anticipating something. A sound, a movement, an appearance. The tension was unbearable, a physical weight pressing down. And then, just as abruptly as it began, it ended. Like the switch being thrown back on, the sound rushed back in. Not gradually, but all at once, at full volume. The birds resumed their chatter mid-call, the insects buzzed instantly. The wind sighed through the leaves again, rustling the branches. The squirrel dashed up the tree. The chipmunk scampered off the rock. The world snapped back into its normal auditory state, as if the preceding 5 minutes of profound silence had never occurred. The sudden return of sound was jarring, almost painful after the intense quiet. Mark and I both flinched. We stared at each other, breathing heavily now, the adrenaline finally hitting us. Jesus Christ, Jake. Mark whispered, his voice hoarse. What was that? I shook my head, trying to regain my composure, trying to rationalize it. I don't know. Weather phenomenon. Auditory hallucination. The explanations sounded feeble even as I voiced them. Nothing could account for that absolute, synchronized cessation of all natural sound, and its equally instantaneous return. It felt wrong. Deeply, fundamentally wrong. The normalcy that had returned felt fragile, tainted. The birdsong now seemed a little too loud, the insect buzz a little too insistent, as if the forest was trying too hard to convince us everything was okay. But it wasn't okay. Something had happened here, something unnatural and unsettling. The comforting familiarity of the woods had been shattered, replaced by a chilling uncertainty. We stood there for another minute, the silence between us now filled with the resumed sounds of the forest, yet feeling heavier than the unnatural silence before. The beauty of the spot was lost on us now. The dappled sunlight seemed less warm, the shadows deeper. The woods no longer felt like a sanctuary. They felt like a place that could swallow you whole, a place where the rules didn't always apply. Never again, I muttered, mostly to myself, but Mark heard me. He just nodded grimly. The unspoken question hung in the air. Do we turn back? Or do we push on, deeper into the woods that had just shown us a glimpse of something profoundly disturbing? The air still felt thick with unspoken possibilities, none of them good, and the feeling of being watched hadn't entirely disappeared. The world might have snapped back to its auditory baseline, but Mark and I hadn't We stood frozen on that small crest, the returned symphony of the forest washing over us, yet failing to cleanse the residue of dread left by the silence. The birdsong sounded hollow, the insect buzz felt like static, the wind whispered secrets we didn't want to hear. It was like listening to a recording of a forest, played slightly too loud, slightly off key. So, what now? Mark finally asked, his voice still shaky. He kept glancing over his shoulder, as if expecting the silence to clamp down again at any moment. I forced myself to take another slow breath, trying to push down the primal urge to turn and sprint back to the truck. I don't know, man. I've never experienced anything like that. My voice was low strained. Admitting my ignorance, my lack of explanation, felt like a vulnerability I couldn't afford right now. I was supposed to be the expert, the one comfortable in these woods. But that 5 minutes of absolute nothingness had stripped away decades of familiarity, leaving me feeling exposed and profoundly unsettled. Weather. Some kind of weird atmospheric thing. Mark offered, clearly hoping for a logical out. Weather doesn't stop insects buzzing instantly, Mark. I replied, perhaps a little sharper than intended. It doesn't make a squirrel freeze like a taxidermy exhibit. It doesn't make the air feel like... I trailed off, unable to articulate the sheer wrongness of it. That wasn't natural. Mark didn't argue. He just ran a hand over his face, looking pale. Okay, so it wasn't natural. What does that mean? What do we do? There were really only two options: turn back the way we came, retreating from whatever had caused the phenomenon, or push forward, complete the loop trail, and get back to the truck, perhaps slightly faster, assuming the trail ahead was clear. Turning back meant retracing our steps through the exact area where the silence had occurred, an idea that made my skin crawl. Pushing forward meant venturing deeper into the unknown, into woods that had just demonstrated they operated under rules we didn't understand. Neither option felt particularly safe. Let's keep going. I decided, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. The loop swings back towards the parking lot from here. It might be quicker than backtracking, and maybe whatever that was, maybe it was localized to this spot. It was flimsy reasoning, driven more by a desire to put distance between us and that specific crest than by any real logic. I also felt a strange, unwelcome pull, a morbid curiosity intertwined with the fear. What was that? Part of me, the part that had always sought to understand the woods, wanted an answer, even while the saner part screamed for retreat. Mark hesitated, looking down the trail ahead, which dipped back into thicker woods. You sure, Jake? My gut's telling me to run like hell back the way we came. Mine too, I admitted honestly, but running feels like the wrong move right now. Let's just keep moving, stay alert. We'll take the loop, brisk pace. No more stops unless necessary. We'll be back at the truck before we know it. I tried to inject confidence I didn't feel into my voice. Reluctantly, Mark nodded. Okay, brisk pace. And you see anything weird, hear anything weird, we don't think. We run. Deal. We started walking again, but the easy rhythm was gone. Every footstep seemed too loud. Every snapping twig underfoot made us jump. Our senses were cranked up to 11, straining to catch any hint of abnormality. The forest, which had felt welcoming just an hour ago, now seemed menacing. The shadows under the trees looked deeper, darker. The way branches twisted overhead seemed less like natural growth and more like grasping claws. The dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves no longer felt warm and cheerful, but created shifting patterns that played tricks on the eyes, hinting at movement where there was none. We walked in silence now, but it wasn't the comfortable silence of before. It was a tense, watchful silence, broken only by our own sounds and the now suspect noises of the woods. I found myself constantly scanning the periphery, convinced I was seeing flickers of movement just beyond my direct line of sight. Was that just a deer darting away, or something else? Was that rustling in the undergrowth a squirrel, or something heavier, trying to move stealthily? The air temperature seemed inconsistent, too. We'd walk through patches that felt unnaturally cold, a sudden clamminess clinging to the skin despite the exertion. only to step back into normal warmth a few feet later. There was no discernible reason for it, no change in elevation, no open clearing allowing heat to escape. It was just there. Pockets of unnatural chill hanging in the air like unseen curtains. Then there was the smell. Intermittently, overriding the usual scent of damp earth and pine, was a faint, sharp odor, almost like ozone after a lightning strike, but mixed with something else. Something vaguely metallic and unpleasant, like old blood or rusting iron. It would appear suddenly, linger for a few moments, then vanish as quickly as it came, leaving us sniffing the air suspiciously. Mark grabbed my arm suddenly, making me jump. "Did you see that?" he hissed, pointing towards a thicket of mountain laurel. "See what?" My heart hammered against my ribs. "I don't know. Something dark, low to the ground. It moved fast." I stared intently at the spot he indicated, straining my eyes. Nothing. Just dense green leaves and shadows. Probably just a shadow man. Or maybe a fisher cat or something. But my own explanation felt weak. The way Mark described it felt less like an animal and more like something slinking away. The trail itself began to feel subtly wrong. I knew this loop, or thought I did. I'd hiked it before years ago. But it didn't feel quite right. Was this section always this steep? Did the path always twist so sharply around this cluster of glacial boulders? The blaze markers on the trees, usually reassuring signs of being on track, seemed oddly spaced, sometimes too far apart, making us second guess our direction. Other times clustered too close together, almost mocking us. At one point, we came to a fork in the trail that I absolutely did not remember. There was no signpost, just two paths diverging, both looking equally worn. One seemed to head slightly downhill, the other curved uphill into shadow.
Which?
Mark asked, his voice tight. I pulled out the crumpled trail map from my pocket, but it was rudimentary at best, showing the general loop but not this level of detail. Map doesn't show a fork here, I said, frustration mounting. Logically, the loop continues uphill, following the ridge. Maybe we should take the downhill one. Might lead back sooner, Mark suggested, clearly favoring any path that seemed like a shortcut out. Or it could lead us miles off course into God knows where. I countered. No, we stick to what looks like the main trail. I pointed uphill, towards the shadows, trying to ignore the cold knot tightening in my stomach. We took the uphill path, the woods growing darker and denser here. The air felt heavier, colder. The silence seemed to press in again, not absolute like before, but muted, as if the forest was listening, holding back its usual sounds. We saw fewer birds here, fewer squirrels. Just the crunch of our boots and our own ragged breathing. Rounding a bend, we both stopped dead. Nailed crudely to a large, ancient-looking oak tree was a doll. Not a modern plastic one, but an old porcelain doll, its painted eyes staring blankly ahead, one cracked across the pupil. Its dress was tattered and stained dark brown, as if soaked in something long ago. Its porcelain skin was grimy, and one arm was missing. It was horrifically out of place, a piece of domesticity violated and displayed in the heart of the wild. There was nothing overtly threatening about it, yet its presence radiated pure malice. It felt like a marker, a warning. Okay, Mark whispered, his voice barely audible. Okay, that's it. I'm done, Jake. This isn't right. That silence, the cold spots, the smell. This... He gestured wildly at the doll.
We need to go back now.
Screw the loop. Before I could respond, a sound cut through the heavy air. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct and utterly unnatural. It was a clicking sound, rhythmic, chitinous, like oversized insects rubbing their legs together, or perhaps like stones being clicked together underwater. It seemed to come from the dense woods, just off the trail ahead of us, deeper in the shadows we were heading towards. Chills raced down my spine, colder than any unexplained temperature drop. Every instinct screamed predator, but a predator unlike any I knew. The sound was methodical, patient, and utterly alien to the normal sounds of a Connecticut forest. It stopped as suddenly as it started, plunging us back into the strained quiet. We looked at each other, faces pale, eyes wide with shared terror. The doll's blank stare seemed to follow us. The unseen clicking echoed in our minds. We were deep in the woods now, potentially off the main trail, with something unknown nearby. The feeling of being watched was no longer a vague prickle, it was a certainty, a heavy weight pressing down from the surrounding trees, and it felt closer than ever. Turning back now seemed just as dangerous as going forward. We were caught. The clicking sound stopped, but the silence it left behind was deafening, charged with imminent threat. The air grew cold, heavy, pressing in on us. The doll's cracked eyes seemed to bore into my soul, a grotesque sentinel guarding the path ahead, the path from which that alien sound had emanated. Every survival instinct I possessed, honed over years in the wilderness, was screaming not just danger, but wrongness. This wasn't a bear, a coyote, or any natural predator I understood. This was something else. Run, I choked out the word barely a whisper. Which way? Mark stammered, his eyes darting frantically between the path back towards the forgotten fork and the dense, seemingly impenetrable woods to our left. Back meant going past whatever made that sound. Sideways meant plunging into the unknown. There was no time for rational thought. The feeling of being watched intensified, transforming into a tangible pressure, a certainty that something was closing in from the direction of the clicking.
Left, off the trail.
Now, I yelled, grabbing Mark's arm and yanking him with me. We crashed into the undergrowth, branches whipping at our faces, thorns tearing at our clothes and skin. There was no path here, just a thick tangle of laurel, ferns, and young saplings growing close together between the larger trees. We half ran, half stumbled, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. Behind us, I imagined the doll's empty eyes following our retreat. And then the clicking started again. It wasn't directly behind us. It seemed to be pacing us, moving parallel to our flight path through the dense woods to our right. Sometimes it sounded slightly ahead, sometimes slightly behind, a horrifying game of auditory cat and mouse. Click, chitter, click. Rhythmic, deliberate, utterly inhuman. It wasn't the sound of pursuit, it was the sound of hurting.
Faster, Mark, faster.
I gasped, adrenaline burning through my veins. We scrambled over fallen logs, slid down mossy embankments, pushed through thickets that seemed determined to hold us back. The woods, moments ago just unsettling, now felt actively hostile. Roots seemed to snake out to trip us. Low, hanging branches snagged our clothes with uncanny precision, and the ground underfoot was uneven, treacherous. The light began to fail. It couldn't have been later than 3 or 4 in the afternoon, yet the shadows lengthened unnaturally fast, pooling in the hollows, cloaking the trees in premature twilight. Patches of mist, thick and cloying, swirled up from the damp ground in places, clinging to us, obscuring visibility even further. The air grew colder still, biting at exposed skin.
Jake?
Mark cried out. I glanced back and saw him stumble, catching himself on a tree trunk, clutching his ankle. Mark, keep moving, I urged, turning back towards him, my heart sinking. The clicking sound seemed to pause, as if listening, waiting. I twisted it, Jake, I think. He gasped, his face contorted in pain and fear. Panic surged. Leaving him wasn't an option, but staying here felt like suicide. I scanned the darkening woods around us, the clicking silent for now, but the oppressive presence felt closer than ever. That ozone metallic smell drifted faintly on the unnaturally still air. Okay, lean on me, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I pulled his arm over my shoulder, taking his weight. We moved slower now, a hobbling, desperate pair crashing through the wilderness. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking shape. Every natural sound, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, made us jump. The clicking resumed, closer this time, seemingly coming from multiple directions at once, an unnerving, disorienting surround sound. Click, chitter, click, click, chitter, click. It was like being stalked by giant, invisible insects. Suddenly, Mark let out a strangled cry and pointed. There? Look, I followed his gaze. Through a gap in the trees, maybe 30 yards away, something moved. It was fleeting, just a flicker at the edge of vision, obscured by the mist and deepening shadows. But it wasn't an animal. It was too tall, too thin, and it moved with a jerky, unnatural gait, like a poorly manipulated marionette or stop, motion animation figure brought to life. It was dark, silhouetted against the gloom, and seemed to absorb the light around it. I caught a glimpse of limbs that bent at impossible angles before it slid behind a thick cluster of pines. The sight, brief and indistinct as it was, sent a fresh wave of terror through me, colder and sharper than anything before. That wasn't natural. That wasn't anything I could comprehend. Go, go. I screamed, adrenaline overpowering the pain in Mark's ankle and my own exhaustion. We half ran, half fell down a steep, leaf-littered slope, ignoring the branches scratching us, the rocks bruising us. The clicking seemed to follow a persistent, maddening rhythm just behind us. We tumbled out of the dense woods onto something blessedly familiar gravel. A narrow access road, barely more than 2 tracks, overgrown but definitely man-made. It wasn't the main trail, but it was something. Hope surged, fragile but fierce. Which way? Mark gasped, leaning heavily against me. I looked left, then right. The road curved away into darkness in both directions. There was no sign, no indication of which way led out. The clicking sound seemed fainter here, perhaps hesitant to follow us onto the road, or perhaps just waiting. The feeling of being watched, however, remained undiminished. That way, I decided, pointing in the direction that felt vaguely downhill, praying it led towards civilization, or at least back towards the main park area. Hum on. We stumbled along the gravel road, making better time now but still casting fearful glances back into the oppressive woods that lined the track. Every few minutes, I thought I heard it, a faint click carried on the wind, but I couldn't be sure if it was real or just my frayed nerves playing tricks. The metallic ozone smell definitely lingered, though a faint taint in the air. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 10 minutes, the road rounded a bend, and I saw it the glint of metal through the trees. The parking lot. My truck. Never had a beat-up pickup look so beautiful. We broke into a limping run, adrenaline carrying us the final 100 yards. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking uncontrollably, finally managing to unlock the doors. We threw ourselves inside, slamming the doors shut, locking them immediately. We sat there for a long moment, panting, hearts pounding, the sudden safety of the enclosed space feeling surreal after the terror of the woods. The forest outside the windows looked dark and silent now, utterly benign, as if nothing had happened. But we knew better. The sounds had returned to normal. Birds even chirped somewhere nearby, but the silence we carried inside us was profound. I jammed the key into the ignition, the engine roaring to life with reassuring loudness. I didn't bother checking the mirrors. I slammed the truck into reverse, spun gravel, and peeled out of that parking lot as fast as the old engine would allow. We didn't speak for the entire drive back. There were no words adequate to describe what we had experienced. The unnatural silence, the cold spots, the smell, the dull, the clicking, the thing in the woods. It was a tapestry of wrongness that defied explanation. We never went back to Salmon River State Forest. We barely even spoke about that day afterward, as if voicing it might somehow make it more real or invite it back into our lives. Mark's ankle healed, but I know the fear never really left him, just like it never left me. For me, the woods are different now. The solace I once found there is gone, replaced by a lingering worriness, a constant sense of listening for something just beyond the range of normal hearing, watching for movement that isn't quite right. That absolute silence, the feeling of nature holding its breath, expecting something terrible, it fractured my connection to the wild, replacing comfort with a cold, deep-seated dread. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I think I can almost hear it, a faint, rhythmic clicking far away. Or maybe it's just the echo of fear, a scar left by a bad decision on a day hike, a reminder that there are things in the deep woods that don't follow the rules, things that are better left undisturbed. Never again. My name is Sybil Cartwright, or at least it was. Sometimes after nights like the one I'm about to describe, you start to question things you always took for granted, even something as fundamental as your own name, your own identity. It feels thinner somehow, less substantial. like a coat you've worn for so long it's starting to fray at the seams, letting the chill creep in. But yes, for all intents and purposes, I am Sybil Cartwright, 42 years old, working a respectable, if somewhat tedious, job in data entry back in Hartford, single, no kids, just my cat Jasper, and a growing sense of, well, let's just call it restlessness. That restlessness is what led me to Burr Pond State Park that late October. It wasn't really hiking season anymore, not for the casual enthusiast like me. The vibrant tapestry of New England fall had mostly faded, leaving behind skeletal trees and a carpet of damp, decaying leaves that smelled earthy and vaguely melancholic. The air had that distinct winter bite, sharp enough to make you zip your jacket right up to your chin. Most sensible people were probably tucked up at home with hot cocoa, not rattling around the Connecticut woods in a second-hand RV that groaned more than it purred. But I needed the quiet, or so I told myself. Hartford felt too loud, too demanding. The endless rows of numbers on my computer screens seemed to bleed into my dreams. I craved solitude, the deep, enveloping silence of the woods, the feeling of being insignificant under a vast, star-dusted sky. I'd bought the RV, affectionately nicknamed the Wanderer, despite its distinct reluctance to wander too far too fast the previous spring. This trip to Burr Pond was meant to be its final outing before winterizing, one last gulp of freedom before the long hibernation. I found a relatively secluded spot in the designated camping area, close enough to the facilities for convenience, but tucked away near a thicket of pines that offered a semblance of privacy. The first couple of days were exactly what I'd hoped for. Crisp, clear afternoons spent walking the trails around the pond, the crunch of leaves under my boots the only sound breaking the stillness. Evenings were spent inside the Wanderer, reading paperbacks by the warm glow of a battery, powered lantern, the wind sighing softly through the pine needles outside. It was peaceful, deceptively so. The third night, however, things shifted. It wasn't anything dramatic at first, just a feeling. A prickle on the back of my neck as dusk deepened into true night. The woods seemed quieter than usual. The normal nocturnal chorus, the chirping of crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustle of small creatures in the undergrowth was strangely muted. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Inside the RV, the silence pressed in. My book lay forgotten in my lap. Jasper, usually curled contentedly on the small dinette seat, was awake, his ears twitching, his big green eyes fixed on the window, though there was nothing to see but darkness and the faint reflection of the lantern light. I tried to shake off the unease, blaming it on the isolation, the lateness of the season. Maybe the cold was keeping the critters quiet. Maybe I was just projecting my own anxieties onto the environment. But I couldn't settle. The air in the RV felt thick, stagnant. I needed to move, to breathe air that didn't feel recycled and heavy with unspoken tension. Despite the chill, I pulled on my boots, grabbed my heavy fleece jacket, and stepped outside, leaving Jasper staring intently at the dark window. The cold hit me instantly, a bracing slap that momentarily cleared my head. The moon was a thin, barely, their sliver offering little illumination. Stars glittered overhead, cold and distant, scattered across the inky black canvas. The campsite was dark. The few other campers, if there even were any still around this late in the year, were presumably asleep or keeping to themselves. I was utterly alone out here, drawn by an impulse I didn't fully understand. I walked away from the relative security of the RV's faint porch light, my footsteps muffled by the soft bed of pine needles covering the ground. I headed towards the pond. The path was uneven, shadowed, and I had to pick my way carefully, relying more on memory from my daytime walks than actual sight. The smell of damp earth and cold water grew stronger as I approached the edge. And then I was there, standing on the narrow strip of shore, the dark, still water stretching out before me like polished obsidian. The silence was profound now, not just quiet, but silent. The kind of silence that feels heavy, like a physical weight pressing on your eardrums. Even the gentle lapping of water against the shore seemed absent. The pond was unnaturally calm, a perfect mirror reflecting the star, dusted sky, making it difficult to tell where the water ended and the heavens began. I stood there for a long time, just breathing, letting the cold air fill my lungs, trying to soak in the peace I'd come searching for. But the peace wouldn't come. The unease lingered, a persistent hum beneath the surface of the quiet. It felt watchful, expectant. That's when I saw it. At first, I wasn't sure what I was looking at. Just a pinpoint of light far out over the center of the pond. My initial thought was a star, maybe a particularly bright one, reflected on the water surface. But it wasn't twinkling, and it wasn't white or yellow like starlight. It was green, a pale, soft, almost sickly green. And it wasn't a reflection. It was above the water, hovering perhaps 30 or 40 feet up, absolutely motionless. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. Surely it was a plane. But there was no sound. No engine drone, no telltale flashing navigation lights. Just this single, steady point of pale green luminescence hanging silently in the air. It wasn't moving left or right, up or down. It just stayed there, fixed in space above the black water. My heart started to beat faster. This wasn't right. My mind raced, desperately trying to find a logical explanation. A drone. Possible, I supposed, but who would be flying a drone out here? In the middle of the night, over a state park pond in late October, and why the single steady green light? Drones usually had multiple lights, often flashing. A weather balloon? Unlikely. A helicopter? Definitely not. The silence was absolute, unbroken. I scanned the shoreline, peering into the darkness, wondering if someone on the opposite bank was projecting a laser. But the light didn't look like a laser beam's endpoint. It had a subtle substance, a faint, contained glow that seemed to emanate from within itself, casting a weak, eerie green sheen on the water directly beneath it. Minutes stretched into an eternity. I remained rooted to the spot, captivated and increasingly terrified. The initial curiosity had curdled into a primal fear, the kind that bypasses rational thought and sinks its icy claws directly into your gut. The light seemed ancient, alien, utterly indifferent to my presence. Yet its silent vigil felt intensely personal, directed. The feeling of being watched intensified tenfold. I don't know exactly how long I stood there, mesmerized by the impossible green glow. The cold seeped into my bones, making me shiver uncontrollably, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. The prompt mentioned almost an hour, and that feels right. Time seemed to warp, stretch, and compress. It felt like 5 minutes and 5 lifetimes all at once. The silent light just hung there, a serene, terrifying anomaly against the backdrop of the night sky. It didn't waver, didn't flicker, didn't pulse. It was simply there. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, though I hadn't actually seen it appear, only noticed it was gone. It didn't fly away, it didn't fade out. It simply winked out of existence. One moment, the steady green point was hovering silently over the dark water, casting its faint, unsettling glow. The next, there was nothing but the black water and the reflected stars. No sound, no streak of light, no lingering trace. Just absence. The sudden void left me gasping, my breath misting in the frigid air. The silence that rushed back and felt even heavier, more oppressive than before. For a second, I stood frozen, staring at the spot where the light had been, half expecting it to reappear. It didn't. Panic, cold and sharp, finally broke through the paralysis. I turned and stumbled back towards the RV, tripping over roots, branches scratching at my jacket. The comforting yellow light spilling from the wanderer's window seemed miles away. Every shadow seemed to writhe. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps behind me. The feeling of being watched hadn't dissipated with the light. If anything, it had intensified, become more malevolent. I fumbled with the RV door handle, my fingers numb and clumsy, finally managing to wrench it open. I practically fell inside, slamming the door shut and throwing the flimsy lock. Jasper hissed from his perch, fur on end, eyes wide and fixed on the door I'd just secured. My heart was pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. I leaned back against the door, breathing heavily, trying to make sense of what I'd just witnessed. The pale green light hovering silently, defying explanation. Its sudden, impossible disappearance. the oppressive silence, the feeling of being observed by something unseen. Sleep was impossible that night. Every creak of the RV settling, every gust of wind sighing through the pines, sent fresh waves of fear washing over me. I sat huddled under a blanket, staring at the windows, half convinced I would see that green light reappear, perhaps closer this time. As the first hints of gray dawn began to filter through the trees, exhaustion finally claimed me. But I knew, even as I drifted into a restless, dream-haunted sleep, that this wasn't over. Seeing that light wasn't just a strange occurrence. It was the beginning of something. Something that had followed me back from the water's edge. Something that was now waiting, patiently, in the unsettling silence of Burr Pond. The thought solidified in my mind, cold and certain never again. I would never camp here again. But leaving Burr Pond wouldn't be enough. I had a chilling premonition that whatever I saw out there wasn't limited to this place. It knew I had seen it, and it wasn't finished with me yet. I woke up with a gasp, drenched in sweat despite the lingering chill inside the Wanderer. For a blissful, disoriented second, I didn't know where I was. Then the memories flooded back, the oppressive silence, the shore of Burr Pond shrouded in darkness, and the impossible, silent, pale green light hanging over the water. The image was seared into my mind, sharp and terrifyingly clear. My heart kicked into overdrive, thumping against my ribs just as it had the night before. Sunlight, weak and watery, filtered through the RV's dusty windows. Outside, the woods looked ordinary. Trees stood like trees. The damp carpet of leaves was just leaves, and the faint sound of birdsong had returned, tentatively breaking the silence. It looked aggressively normal, almost mocking the terror I felt clinging to me like a shroud. Jasper was huddled on the end of the narrow bed, watching me with wide, anxious eyes. He hadn't moved much all night, hadn't sought comfort, or demanded food as he usually would. His fear mirrored my own, validating it in a way that sent a fresh wave of dread through me. There was no question of staying. The carefully planned final weekend retreat, the last communion with nature before winter, none of it mattered anymore. All I wanted was to get away from Burr Pond, away from the memory of that silent, watchful light. The phrase "never again" echoed in my head, no longer a simple resolution but a desperate plea. Packing was a frantic, clumsy affair. I didn't bother making coffee or eating breakfast. My stomach churned at the mere thought of food. I just started throwing things haphazardly into bags and cupboards, my movements jerky and inefficient. Every few seconds, I'd freeze, listening intently, straining to hear anything unusual over the sound of my own ragged breathing and the clatter of camping gear. I kept glancing out the windows, scanning the trees, the path leading to the pond, half expecting to see a flicker of green among the pines, even in broad daylight. The feeling of being watched hadn't entirely vanished with the dawn. It had merely retreated slightly, lurking just beyond the edges of my perception, a low hum of menace beneath the morning calm. Securing the RV for travel felt like it took hours. Straps seemed to tangle themselves. Cupboard latches refused to click shut. The awning resisted being rolled up. My hands shook, making simple tasks difficult. Jasper remained unnervingly still, tracking my frantic movements, occasionally letting out a low, guttural growl directed at nothing I could see. When it was finally time to disconnect the water and power hookups, I practically sprinted outside, did the job with trembling fingers, and scrambled back into the relative safety of the locked RV, my eyes darting nervously towards the path to the pond. Starting the engine of the Wanderer felt like a victory. The familiar grumpy roar was the most comforting sound I'd heard in 12 hours. I didn't look back as I pulled out of the campsite, navigating the winding park roads as fast as the old vehicle could safely manage. My eyes, however, kept flicking to the rearview mirror. The empty road behind me, flanked by dense woods, seemed too empty, too still. Was that a flicker of green deep within the trees? A trick of the light? Or was it watching me leave? The drive back to Hartford was a blur of tension. Every green traffic light, every reflection off a wet road, every neon sign seemed to echo the pale, sickly glow of the light over the pond, making me jump. I felt pursued, though logically I knew that was impossible. How could a stationary light follow me? But logic had detached itself somewhere back there by the silent water's edge. What I had seen defied logic, so why should its aftermath adhere to it? Reaching the outskirts of Hartford, the familiar urban sprawl, gradually replacing the thinning woodlands, brought a wave of relief so profound it almost made me weep. The noise, the traffic, the sheer number of people, it felt like armor. Surely, whatever haunted the isolated darkness of Burr Pond couldn't follow me here, into the heart of the city, into the mundane rhythm of my everyday life. Back in my small apartment, Jasper immediately darted under the sofa, a place he usually avoided. I double-locked the door, checked the windows, and leaned against the solid wood, finally letting out a shaky breath. Home. Safe. It had to be. I tried desperately to rationalize the experience over the next few days. Sleep deprivation. I hadn't been sleeping well before the trip. Stress. Definitely plausible. My job was soul, crushing at times. An optical illusion. Maybe swamp gas. Atmospheric phenomena. Some rare kind of ball lightning. I clung to these explanations, repeating them to myself like a mantra. I told myself I had imagined the duration, the stillness, the specific pale green hue. I tried to convince myself it was just a strange, isolated event, amplified by fear and solitude. I threw myself back into work, welcoming the monotonous rhythm of data entry, the clicking of keys, the hum of computers, the fluorescent lights. It was all blessedly normal. I chatted with colleagues by the water cooler, went through the motions of grocery, shopping, paid bills online. I tried to bury the memory of Burr Pond under layers of routine, but it didn't work. The experience had burrowed under my skin, a persistent splinter I couldn't dislodge. Sleep became a battleground. When I did manage to drift off, nightmares plagued me. Sometimes it was a replay of the event, standing by the dark water, the silent, green light appearing, the overwhelming sense of dread. Other times, the light was different. It would be inside my apartment, hovering silently over my bed, or outside my window, casting an eerie glow on the brick wall opposite. I'd wake up gasping, heart pounding, the phantom green light imprinted on the inside of my eyelids. Even during the day, it wasn't gone. I started seeing flashes of pale, green light in my peripheral vision. A quick flicker as I walked down the street, a momentary pulse from the corner of my computer screen, a faint glow seeming to emanate from the darkened hallway when I got up at night. Each time, I'd whip my head around, my heart leaping into my throat, but there would be nothing there. Just tricks of the eye, I told myself. Just my tired, stressed brain playing tricks on me. But the fear felt real. The feeling of being watched also persisted, morphing from a specific sense tied to the woods into a generalized paranoia. I felt eyes on me on the crowded bus, in the seemingly empty stairwell of my apartment building, even sitting alone in my living room. Jasper's behavior didn't help. He remained skittish, easily startled, and developed a disconcerting habit of staring intently at empty corners or blank walls, sometimes letting out that low, unhappy growl. He rarely sought cuddles anymore, preferring the security of his the sofa hiding spot. Driven by a desperate need for answers, or at least for validation, I turned to the internet. Late at night, after hours of pretending everything was normal, I'd sit hunched over my laptop, typing frantic search queries. Strange green light Burr Pond, UFO sighting Connecticut woods, pale green hovering light phenomenon, Burr Pond legends ghost lights. The results were disappointing, frustratingly vague. Plenty of generic UFO reports from all over the world, discussions of atmospheric phenomena, articles about swamp gas and bioluminescence. But nothing matched the specifics of what I saw, the precise pale green color, the absolute stillness, the specific location, the duration, the silent winking out. There were no local legends about Burr Pond that mentioned anything remotely similar, no historical accounts, no recent reports from other campers or hikers. It was as if I was the only one who had ever witnessed it. This lack of corroboration only amplified my fear and isolation. Was I losing my mind? Had I hallucinated the entire thing? But the flashes of green light, the constant sense of being watched, Jasper's fear, it felt too real to be mere imagination. Then, about 2 weeks after returning from the park, something else happened. It was small, easily dismissible on its own, but terrifying in context. I came home from work, exhausted and dreading another night of restless sleep. As I unlocked my apartment door, I noticed immediately that something was out of place. A framed photograph that usually sat on the small table by the entrance, a picture of me and my parents from years ago, was lying face down on the floor. My blood ran cold. Had someone been inside? I checked the locks, they were secure, just as I'd left them. The windows were all latched. Nothing else seemed disturbed, nothing was missing. Maybe Jasper had knocked it over. But he was currently cowering under the sofa, and the table wasn't near his usual pathways. Besides, the frame wasn't broken, just placed face down, deliberately. As I picked up the photo, my hand trembling, I saw it another fleeting flash of pale green light, this time seeming to originate from the dark corner where the hallway met the living room. I spun around, heart hammering. Nothing, just shadows. But I knew. Somehow I knew it wasn't my imagination, wasn't stress. Leaving Burr Pond hadn't been enough. The silence, the stillness, the watchful entity represented by that pale green light, it hadn't stayed behind in the woods. It had noticed me noticing it. And now, it had followed me home. My simple promise of never again felt laughably inadequate. This was far from over. It was getting closer. The overturned photograph was just the beginning. In the weeks that followed, my apartment transformed from a sanctuary into a stage for a quiet, insidious haunting. The pale green flashes in my peripheral vision became bolder, sometimes lingering for a second or two, like an afterimage burned onto my retina. I'd see them reflected in the dark screen of my television, shimmering momentarily in the bathroom mirror as I splashed water on my face, or pulsing faintly from the deep shadows under my bed, just before I dared to turn off the light. Each time, the same icy dread washed over me, the certainty that it was near, watching, waiting. The sense of being observed became constant, a suffocating pressure that followed me from room to room. It was strongest at night, but even during the day, with sunlight streaming through the windows, I couldn't shake the feeling of unseen eyes tracking my movements. Subtle noises joined the visual phenomena. Soft taps on the inside of my closet door when I was trying to read. A faint, almost sub-audible humming sound that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, often preceding a flicker of green light. Once, I could have sworn I heard a whisper, a sibilant breath of sound right behind my ear, but when I spun around, there was nothing but empty air thick with menace. Objects began to move, subtly at first. Doors left slightly ajar would be found closed, or vice versa. Pens would roll off my desk untouched. My keys, always placed in a small dish by the door, would inexplicably be found on the kitchen counter or the living room floor. These weren't dramatic poltergeist activities, more like gentle, unsettling nudges designed to fray my nerves, to make me constantly question my sanity and my perception. Was I becoming forgetful? Was the lack of sleep making me clumsy, careless? Or was the entity from Burr Pond playing a slow, cruel game? Jasper became almost catatonic with fear. He spent nearly all his time crammed into the tightest, darkest space under the sofa, refusing to come out even for food unless I pushed the bowl right up to his hiding spot. When I did manage to coax him out, he moved low to the ground, ears flat, constantly scanning the room with wide, terrified eyes. Any sudden noise, any flicker of light would send him scrambling back to his refuge. His constant state of terror was perhaps the most unnerving thing of all. Animals are supposed to sense things we don't, and his fear felt like a grim confirmation of the presence I couldn't fully see. My life outside the apartment crumbled. Sleep deprivation etched dark circles under my eyes and fogged my brain. Concentrating on the endless columns of data at work became an impossible task. Mistakes crept into my entries, deadlines were missed. My supervisor, initially sympathetic, grew impatient. I became withdrawn, jumpy. Casual conversations with colleagues felt like navigating a minefield. How could I talk about spreadsheets or weekend plans when my reality was filled with phantom lights and moving objects? I tried once to confide in my sister, Carol, during our weekly phone call. I kept it vague, mentioning feeling stressed, not sleeping well, seeing odd lights. Her response was well-meaning but dismissive.
Oh, Sib, you've always had an overactive imagination.
You just need a good night's sleep, maybe take a vacation. You work too hard. Hearing the doubt in her voice, the easy rationalizations, slammed a door shut inside me. If my own sister couldn't grasp even a fraction of my fear, who would? I was truly alone with this. Desperation gnawed at me. If rational explanations failed and ignoring it only allowed it to escalate, what was left? The internet, my previous source of frustration, became my only recourse. I delved deeper, past the generic UFO sites and into the murkier corners of paranormal forums and blogs. I read countless stories of hauntings, shadow figures, strange lights, searching for anything that resonated, anything that offered a clue. I found tales of hitchhiker effects, where entities supposedly attach themselves to people during paranormal encounters or investigations and follow them home. Was that what had happened? Had I inadvertently invited something back from Burr Pond simply by observing it? I even entertained the idea of contacting someone, a paranormal investigation team, a medium. I lurked on local forums, read testimonials, but it all felt hollow, performative. Would bringing strangers into my apartment provoke the entity further? Would they even believe me, or just see a stressed sleep, deprived woman on the verge of a breakdown? The fear of ridicule warred with the fear of the unknown presence, leaving me paralyzed. One particularly bad night, the humming was louder than ever, seeming to vibrate through the floorboards. The green flickers were almost constant, dancing at the edges of my vision like malicious sprites. Jasper was letting out low, continuous growls from under the sofa. I was huddled on the armchair, wrapped in a blanket despite the stuffy air, when a book suddenly tumbled from the bookshelf across the room. Not just fell, it flew outwards, landing with a loud thud several feet away. Something inside me snapped. The constant fear, the isolation, the slow erosion of my sanity, it coalesced into a surge of defiant anger. I stood up, trembling, and faced the empty space where the humming seemed loudest, where the green light flickered most intensely. "What do you want?" I yelled, my voice hoarse and shaky. "Why are you here? What was that light at the pond? Just leave me alone." The humming stopped instantly. The green flickers ceased. The silence that fell was absolute, heavy, expectant, just like the silence at the pond's edge. For a terrifying moment, I thought I had provoked it, that something truly awful was about to happen. Jasper fell silent under the sofa. The air grew cold. I stood there, frozen for what felt like an eternity, my heart pounding against my ribs. Then slowly, almost anticlimactically, the apartment seemed to settle back into a semblance of normalcy. The oppressive weight in the air lessened slightly. The feeling of being watched didn't disappear entirely, but it retreated, pulling back to the periphery. It didn't leave. I knew with a chilling certainty that it hadn't gone. It had simply acknowledged me. My outburst hadn't banished it. Perhaps it had only confirmed my awareness, solidified the connection that began that night by the water. Since that night, things have been quieter. The overt phenomena, the moving objects, the louder noises have mostly stopped, but the green light hasn't. I still see it, flashing in my peripheral vision, reflected in dark surfaces. Sometimes, late at night, when I'm standing by the window, looking out at the city lights, I see a single, steady point of pale green light hovering silently, far in the distance, just above the skyline. Is it the same light, or is it just my traumatized mind projecting the image onto the backdrop of the night? I don't know. I never went back to Burr Pond. The Wanderer sits parked in storage, gathering dust. The thought of being back in those woods, near that water, fills me with a visceral dread. But I understand now that leaving the place wasn't the solution. The entity, the light, whatever it is, isn't tied to the pond. It's tied to me. Seeing it that night forged some kind of link, an awareness that flows both ways. I live with it now, The fear hasn't gone, but it's become a dull ache, a constant companion rather than sharp panic. I still feel watched. Jasper still spends most of his time hiding. Sleep is still difficult. Sometimes I wonder if it is waiting for something, or perhaps this is it, a life lived perpetually on edge, forever glancing at shadows, forever seeing flashes of pale green light where none should exist. My name is Sybil Cartwright. I work in data entry. I live in Hartford, and I am haunted. Not by a ghost in a traditional sense, but by the memory and the lingering presence of a silent, pale green light I saw hovering over the dark water of Burr Pond. A light that saw me too. A light that refuses to let me go. Never again, I had thought. But now I know it's never over. It's always there, reflected in the darkness, waiting. Sometimes, when I catch my own reflection unexpectedly in a darkened window, just for a fraction of a second, I think I see a faint, pale green glow deep within my own eyes. And that, perhaps, is the most terrifying thing of all.